Okay. Let's... Ooh, that's very loud for me. Let me turn my audio down. Alright. We're going to continue. Okay. Now, we had just made it to the medical facility. Where Dr. Milan is potentially hiding, but at least our daughter is supposed to be, like, a few floors down from us. So we're going to figure that out as we go. Unlike... Oh, that's not the right button. There we go. Unlike much of the other machinery, this terminal has been designed to... I did not... I guess I moved too far forward.
It's been cut open.
Of course! They must have manually removed the PDTs. That's why the security systems were reset in medical.
Oh, the bodies. The bodies in the crew quarters. They were skinned. The creatures were using the PDTs to move through secure areas.
Must have realized what was going on.
So for me to get to the lower decks...
You have to remove your tag.
Remove?
Perhaps electric shock. No, that wouldn't work. John? This is the only surefire way.
What are you saying?
The surgery pod should already be programmed to remove it.
It didn't work out so well for this poor woman.
It's the only way, unless you space jump between decks.
See, this is surgery.
John, prep the pod.
Interesting. Okay. Unlike many of the other machines, this terminal is designed to assist in healing. Alright, let's see. Extracted PDT. Several bent spinal hooks protrude from disengaged personal tag. Okay. Now, can we put the body part with the...
I can't see it working like that.
Okay. Let's read this PDA. Alright, this is Azaya Al-Rajkpar. A new year for Chief Surgeon and a new year for the staff of the medical deck. I have to think of it that way or it gets rather confusing. The staff of the medical deck now consists of 3 extra sections: cybernetics, tissue regeneration, and for some reason, medicinal hydroponics. Yes, it may be medicinal, but as I told Dr. Milan, they are still plants. I don't wish to seem ungrateful. It is Kane Corp who opened so many new doorways for me and who redefined the frontiers of medicine for us all. As a man who served his apprenticeship on the battlefields elbow deep in the blood of innocence, to see those deserts and war-torn villages reborn as images of Nirvana is a privilege. And all thanks to the sciences of Kane. And yet, it's hard to understand why, on the Groom Lake, so many departments are being forced to share resources like this. I hear our budget will be up for review soon, and the chances of us getting an increase are slim. I shall try to remain positive. My goodness, a 300% budget... Wait, it's percent, because that's... Anyways, budget increase. I have not yet been able to imagine how helpful this financial windfall will be. Dr. Milan assured me that a sizable portion of this budget will be applied to Project Seed. It makes our work that much more essential. We'll order new samples and equipment. Oh, new equipment and new samples. I read that backwards. But although I don't totally agree with the ethics of Dr. Milan's acquisition of volunteers for surgery and testing, the leaps and bounds we've made in our research more make up for the rest of it. Should be like more than make up for the rest of it. Is it wrong that we must test the limits of morality for the greater good? I'm a surgeon who has seen many awful things, the blood-soaked abattoirs of the Pangea Wars, so perhaps this should be the second nature to me, but I don't recall agreeing to the use of children for testing. I went to inspect the stasis tubes at the request of my chief nurse and found that there were several children, some as young as 9 years old, awaiting processing. Children. I was shocked and appalled and demanded an explanation from Dr. Milan. Edward Jenner had to test vaccines on children to see if they'd work. He said, I knew the story, what medical does not. Jenner injected infected purulent exudates into a child's arm, which must have seemed callous disregard for the child's life, and yet it saved the boy. This is how he convinced me. We are at the frontiers of science. Chances must be taken. I do not always feel comfortable with his ethical choices, but his logic is sound. The research is too valuable for us to let a few moral qualms get in the way. I fear that my decision to become a surgeon with Kane Corp is not quite simple as I thought. The first casualties of the infection spreading across the ship came to my lab, where we had set up a quarantined operating room. I had to get hands-on with the patient for the first time in years. The flow of blood, the cutting of infected tissue, using my specialized tools. God forgive me, but I enjoyed it. It's impossible to explain the adrenaline rush from playing God in such a way, of having the lives of so many on the verge of death in your hands. I felt it on the battlefields, and I feel it now. This is actually a very real thing. There are people that get addicted to this adrenaline rush of saving lives in a battlefield. It's very bad for your mental health, turns out. It is the beauty of birth that moves me, it seems, but the pungent stench of death. I thought I had joined Kane Corp to save my soul. Instead, it is to slake the thirst of the beast in me, whose jaws slaver at the scent of blood. I am ashamed. How could I not have seen it? Those awful life forms are disguising themselves as us, inside us. They wear our skins and our PDTs, which explains how the security systems cannot detect them. If I didn't already know where those creatures came from, this would perhaps be less frightening. But they've learned the vile abomination. Abomination. What a word that is. It appears to summarize what we have created in our hubris. We have created evil. God help us all. Alright, notices and reports. That's the PDT thing. What about your emails? Alright. Dr. Mullen has recalibrated his guidelines for the subjects of Project Seed, and specifically for the requirements for any female subjects who have previously been pregnant. The female subjects who ideally have been screened, but their precise source is not important. The project has a 99.89% chance of non-fatal reaction to the subject. Members of staff would be eligible for this test. The subject ideal is as follows. Blood type O negative, between 5'5" and 6 foot, free of any genetic defects, good luck, between 18 and 40. Subjects must have recently been pregnant, ideally within the past years. Regards, Dr. C. Backman. We have disagreed often, but never so more than now. I'm aware that Miss Callister doesn't work in surgery, and that Chief Nurse Boxer has seniority in terms of rank. However, Callister has one of the most extraordinary organizational minds I've ever worked with. Project storage areas are clean and well indexed. Therefore, I have to challenge your demand that I remove her from the position because of these false reports she has been sending you about anomalies in supplies. I have no doubt that your claims of her illicitly taking samples is also only an accusation. She is a fine worker and reports only what she feels is right. I'll be taking no action against her. You're in charge of the project, but you must allow me to choose my staff at my own discretion. Okay, we know how that ended up, so... Okay, we got oxygen storage tank, we've got surgical pod bed, plastic surgic curtains. Okay, so we have the tank. Okay, cryopression. Okay. Anesthetic storage.
Is not properly prepared for the selecting program.
This is a friendly reminder that thought crime does not entail death.
Wait, it said it wasn't gonna fit, but it took it our storage tank anyways. Hopefully we didn't just bug it out. Okay, discarded hospital bed. A call to rest, to sleep. Okay, so we need to do some more exploring, I guess. Okay. Can't get in there. Alright, so what do we got? Empty stasis fluid container. loose cables, personal data tag, and a body part. Okay. Can't go that way. How do we gotta find how to fill up the fluid, I guess? Organic receptacle. Okay, so we need...
The organic matter receptacle requires refined biological tissue.
Refined. Okay.
I don't think that'll work. I don't know what I was thinking there.
Oh, there's the cylinder. Okay. Well, let's see what we got.
I can try to make it fit, but it may break.
Okay. Does the PT... Nah.
Maybe. No.
Okay. Pipes. So we need to refine this organic matter. We need to fill this and make this oxygen cylinder smaller, is what I'm getting. We can't get in.
I don't think that'll work.
I don't know if we can get anywhere else. Right? Because this door is closed behind us. We can't get here. We have loose wires. So we've got loose cables.
This should be useful.
Ah, okay. Cables on the cylinder. I guess that makes it big enough to fit in the thing? Okay, so let's go back here. And put that in and see. Does this work now? It does.
The medtech surgical pot is not properly prepared for the selected program.
Okay. Let's see. Stasis fluid container. Stasis. It seems like we need to get through this area, right?
It doesn't work like that. Probably not a good idea.
But we need to get through here, right?
I don't know what I was thinking there.
To get in here, because this is where stasis fluid is. But we don't know how to get through this force field. That's the problem. Sentry gun. Maybe there's something in reception. Personal data has no security clearance. Medical bay. Okay, so if we use this on this medical bay terminal, yeah, there we go. Force field off. Okay, so we still can't get through there, which is fine, but if the force field's off, then that means we can get through here to get the stasis fluid. Yeah, okay. I knew it had something to do with the PDT, I just had to figure it out. Okay, discarded stasis pod. H3C, so that's 3 hydrogen to carbon, nitrogen, okay.
Tia, a survivor.
Is someone alive?
Not exactly. He's in stasis.
It could be dangerous to wake someone from stasis without the proper procedures being followed.
So who the hell woke me?
Forget him, John. You need to think about the mission.
Forget him? Oh, so she does know who woke us. Oh, it keeps, like, walking forward when I tell it to do something back here. Okay. Broken stasis, torn apart door. What do we have? Legs.
Another body. 2.
Oh, here we go. This is Burke Carter. Be still my beating heart. I saw the most divine creature in hydroponics. She's friends with that nurse, Erica. Erica gives me the evil eye, but Sadie is just a divine thing. Curves in all the right places in the face of an angel. I keep trying to come up with reasons to visit the medicinal hydroponics section. She never sees me, though. I'm not trained medical staff. The soldiers in the recovery rooms give me funny looks if I'm at the window trying to get her attention. I have to find a way to speak to Sadie directly. I have seen her head to the decontamination room, and she seems to go there after every shift. Might try to strike up a conversation by one of those machines. Maybe offer to buy her a drink. I'll do it tomorrow, or maybe the day after, because tomorrow I've got a double shift. Still, it takes a brave man to work on unknown sciences in the bosom of the cosmos, doesn't it? Like the jocks back at school would ever be able to do what I can friggin' do. I risk my life and limb to repair essential electronics, and that takes courage. I may not be a soldier, but I think I have the right to call myself a man of courage. What's with the shutdown? Jesus, 9 days now? I've been trying to get through to the surgical pods for weeks. I gave up going to hydroponics to see Sadie after they started restricting access to unnecessary personnel. So now I just hang about around product storage by the vending machines, hoping to see her. And when I do, I just choke up. I'm so pathetic. I'm reading this book by Arian Sanchez. It's about eugenics wars. It's amazing that we're allowed to do what we do on the Groom Lake with what happened all those years ago. I have to hide the book, though. Dr. Milan saw me reading it in the rec room, and he went totally crazy. Threatened to burn the book and fire me. So it stays under my pillow, and I sure as heck don't take it on my rounds. Instead, I bring one of the Pangean series by W.C. Dark with me. Is that his real name? I doubt it. I love Major Plot Hole. Nice. He's incredible. Sometimes wish I had the balls to be the Marines rather than engineering. I'd love to be like him. Rations arrived today. Nobody is impressed. It's all emergency stuff, so hardly gourmet, but man, I wasn't expecting much, but this is seriously bad. Because food's short, people are going... Okay, people are going crazy. Lotus punched Malone, broke poor bastard's nose. Steve's having trouble keeping everyone's fists off each other. I keep asking why we can't just raid hydroponics, and they keep shouting me down, especially Sadie. She looks so mad when she sees me, but nowhere near as mad as when she looks at Dr. Milan and Raj Kupar. She must despise me. Why didn't I just ask her out before? Because you're a coward, Burke. A stinking, dirty coward. Power went out again, and I'm so freaking scared I could barely breathe. Those rumors of animals prowling around medical, not rumors. I saw one get ripped apart by one of those things. Couldn't make it out too well. Pale skin tails, I think. They move around like a pack of dogs. They're strong, people are scared and hungry. I kept a small stash of food in my quarters. I didn't even tell Steve about it. I feel ashamed for keeping it to myself, but people are getting crazy, man. I think it might actually be against regulation to hoard food. Midgelietta, maybe? Would kill me if he knew I had rations hidden. Come on, the guy's nuts. He practically strangled me the other day. Carswell had to restrain him. Body still kills from the operation earlier. Steve was nominated to reprogram the security turrets, and the guy just went and did it. He's a hero, not like me. December 24th. Now, I'm not just a coward. I'm a murderer. Oh. I used those poor bastards in Stasis to keep those god-awful things from getting me. I just unlocked the Stasis unit and began the recovery process so that when they staggered out of the deep freeze, those things would be waiting for them. I found a product storage room that nobody was using and locked myself in, which is probably where we found them. When the breach was reported, I heard the screams. I peed myself. Wow. Is that any way for a real man to behave? As I ran, I saw Sadie cradling her best friend's bloodied body in the corridor, which we did hear the story of that one. The worst part is that it never occurred to me to stop. I just hoped they'd buy me the time I needed to find a hiding place. That's who Burke Carter is, whoever finds this. I know somebody will. He was a coward. I just hope that the computer parts in the PDA come in handy to whoever finds this. If my hide was this useless in life, at least I could hope that something is left behind was useful.
No, it's one.
Okay. Can we take the legs? No. Stasis pod chip. Okay. Okay. So we need to put the chip in here. Okay. So, alright, so before we do anything like that, let's go ahead and save. We'll make a new save for the day. Alright. Let's see. So we need to read these stasis pods, okay. So this says 1 injection for that, or is that 3? Okay. Head, it's that 4. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure if these chemical compounds is something we have to look at. And then something below. Okay, so let's look at this terminal again. Okay, so these are the chemical compounds. So I guess we need to... So we have 4 spots, right? We have 4 spots and 3 pods. Okay, so we'll call this the hydrogen 3 carbon. So H3C. Okay, looks like there's 1 of those. 1. Okay. Now this one is, there are 3 of the H3CSO3H. It says there's 3 of those, Basically, what I'm looking at is this, right? So it's got the syringe, says 3, and then that. And this says, looks like 4. Thank you, Def Spooky, for the Prime sub. And welcome to the Masquerade. Good to have you. How you doing today? Okay, so this is 4. So this is our CH2. Okay, so and that's 4. So maybe this is the order in which we do it. So we have 1, 3, and 4, so we have to figure out what 2 is. Because we don't have a 2. So, number 1 is the H3C compound. Okay, so there's this one that has HC3. And there's also this one. Okay. Doing well. How's everybody going? It's going well. It's going well. I'm just trying to figure out this puzzle. The feet are already done, I guess. Okay. So what? There's no... Okay. So H3C in the chest, it looks like. As you can see, this arrow goes like that. Okay, and number 4 is head. And number 3 is leg, maybe? Or... Okay. Let's see. Alright, so... Number 1 is chest. Right? Oh, no, we have to know how to put... Okay. Okay, so there's 4 in the head. There are 1 in the chest. There is... It's like 3. So we're missing some information here. This is kind of confusing. Okay. Maybe the chest and the pelvis both get 1? Is that the idea? Or is this telling us there's 3 spots that get 1? Okay, so these can only get 1 and 2. Oh, we can change these. Okay. So head was the CHCH, which is this one. Okay, I didn't realize we could change these. Chest should be this one, I believe. Let's double check. Yes. Okay, and that's just 1. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we don't know about that one. So that should be the leg. And it gets 3. Okay, so we don't know about this one. can this turn into? Yeah, so we're still missing a few. Okay, there's 2CH. I think it's that one. That's 4. Let's see what happens. That is incorrect. Got it. Okay. Okay. 300 that. And that is hard to tell what this is. Because there's also this one here. Right? You can see this down here. So if this is the chest, maybe this is the chest or abdomen here. And then the leg is this one. Okay, let's see if we can find those. So this, yeah, that's fine. I don't know about that one. Hold on. Okay, let's go to this one and see if we get more information here. Yeah, the head one is fine. What is this? See, we don't know what this symbol is, right? There's 2 here, right? Don't know what that means. So yeah, the head's fine. Oh, it's this here. Okay, I see. So the blocks tell you that... Oh, okay, so that's just extra information. Okay, let's see. Go to this one. So this is number 3. It looks like it's pointing to the pelvis. So the pelvis, maybe, is the H3C? Which is what we have. Okay. Let's double check the amount. Yeah, 3 pelvis, and it only needs 1. Okay. So we still need to find the abdomen. Okay. I'm very confused because we only have 3 pods that we can see, right? I'm not missing a pod somewhere. Chest is 3, maybe? I don't think that's the right one. Yeah, I thought we could do something with this pod, but... Okay, it's the 2 O's. Let's see if we can get that here. No. Okay, so it must be this one. Yeah, this one has that. Okay. So it should be 3, 2 O's, and then 3. Let's check that as the stomach. No, that's this one. And this should be 3. Okay, so that's that. Yeah. So that would be one of those. Okay, and this one? Huh. So it says the head is that one. Wait, what's the 2 block? Okay. So head is 2 block at 4. Yes, so head is correct. We have the head right. Now we need to figure out the rest of these. Okay. So this doesn't seem to go anywhere else, but let's check something real quick. Is the bottom also 2? No. This would be 2. So okay, that one's done. So head is this one. Good. Okay. Now 3, we look for the 3 block. We get 1 syringe, 3 block of that. Okay. So okay, I think that's that one. Let me double check. It's no, H3C into a nitrogen. Okay. That's what we're looking for. No. 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 So this is what we're looking at, but that's a 3. And this is only supposed to be a 1, right? No, this is 3. Okay. So H3C into nitrogen is 3 with 1 syringe. Okay, so this is 1. So that's that. Do any of these other ones have that? No. Okay, so let's check this pod. Okay, so this one is 3 syringes on a 3 square with 2 oxygens on the top. So, not that one. That's this one. 3 with 2 oxygens at the top syringe. Okay, so we're still missing this one, and this one. There are not enough stasis pods to give us this information. That's the problem. Okay. So we have the head. We have the chest, and we have the upper thigh. So we need to figure out. Now the question is do we find something similar? Right? Like this one is similar to this one, but it's at 4. Yeah, I feel like we're missing some information here. Let's look in here, maybe. Nothing, okay. Because unfortunately, with 3 pieces of information, we can't really guess, right? Can't really guess what the rest of this is. We would need more information. See, there's this symbol down here. And it's got a zigzag and then a symbol on top. So let's see if we can find that. So not there. Not there. Doesn't look like it's any of those. Okay, so the ankles, or the calves match the head. The only difference is it's got this weird, like, double line here. So let's see if we can match... Okay, this one matches this one. It's 3, which is at 1. So we just need to match this one to this one, I think. This is 4, which is at 3. Okay. Because I'm trying to see, because, like, this has 2 blocks and has this symbol, right? And these match. So these are both 4. This one matches this one, which is at 1. And then these 2 match... Well, except for this. Hold on. I'm wondering if this is upside down. So this might be this symbol upside down. Looking at it. But we don't have any more information, right? Okay. Yeah, so that one's right. That's this one matches here, right? So 3 and 1. This is 3 and 1. And then... we don't know about this one. This should be the head one. And that's correct. 2 and 4. 2 and 4, so that's correct. There's gotta be another pod or something we're missing here. And then this is 3. And anywhere there's the H3CS, that's 3 and 3. So... this one. 3 and 3. Okay. So this one, and this one are all correct. Right? And this one matches this one, except it's got more on it. I'm wondering if you're supposed to know chemistry for this. Like there's no, it's just these three, right? That's the only ones we know. See, I wish if you had, I wish it would tell you which one was wrong, right? Because this just says no. And we have to get in this stasis pod in order to get
I think that would break.
the fluid, right?
This isn't gonna work.
Okay, he said he woke up. Oh, hold on. There's something right here. So in into H, C to the right, and then that's 4? 4 dots 4. Okay. So there's something attached to this. So 4 dots 4 in into an H. Thank you for the lurk, Def Spooky. This one. 4. Okay, so this was on... This was the note. Okay, so we have... Let's see what we have. Got... head, we've got chest, we've got abs, we've got thigh, and we've got calf. Okay, which ones do we know we have? Head is a definite, so head is check. Okay, this one, thigh is check. Calf, we need to double check on that note, but we might have calf. Let's see, I know we have another one. So it's chest, I believe. So chest is also a check. So we're missing the abdominals and the calf, but we might have figured the calf out. So let's go back to this PDA. See right here. Is this a 2? Or is it a V? I'm not sure what that is there. But it says 4 and 4. Right, so 4 dots and then 4. So if that's right, so 4 dots, 4, yeah, 4 and 4. Okay, so based on the note we got, that's done. So the abs are the only one we need to figure out. This one here. We're gonna start with 1 and this one, and then we're just gonna... And now we're back at the start. Okay, so something else is wrong in this. It might be the knees. There's actually knees. I didn't have knees written down. Okay, so we're missing information on the knees. Because this does not match up with that. I mean, it does kind of, but there's extra stuff on it, right? This only has 3 solutions. So we need to look around and see if we can find something else. Let's check the PDA again. Destroy what destroys you. Yeah, so that's that. So the problem is this puzzle should be self-contained, right? This puzzle should be everything in here. But maybe we need to look at this PDA. Aha! This PDA has one of them. So that is not self-contained. Okay, so that is one of those, and it's a 5. So it's a 5 square, 1 shot. And that is the, looks like H-O to an N. Okay, so it wasn't self-contained. There's another one here. So now we got to figure out which the H-O into an N is. So we need to look at abs. Okay, so that is not it. Got to be a 5. So 5 H-O into an N, and it's 1 syringe. Let's go back and double check what that connects to, because that might be it right there. I only wrote the first connection, but there were 2, so... Now, is it surrounded by CHs? It is. Okay, so that's that one. So that, I think that gives us abs. Wait. What else is on that sheet of paper? Nothing. Okay. So I believe that gives us the abs, which means we're missing the knee. But we can maybe trial and error that one then, since we have the abs. Yeah, okay, so abs are check. So now we're looking at the knees. So it's this one here that we have to... Okay, so this only could be 1 or 2. So that simplifies that. Bingo, there we go. Whew.
Steady yourself. You'll be okay. God damn it.
I heard screaming.
I'll woke him up. The survivor. He didn't make it. I think I killed him. I think I did something.
I told you to leave him. He was dead the minute they froze him. We just made his death easier, simpler.
I just killed a man, Tia.
You need to move before you become another dead body.
Have some mercy.
Mercy. You have no idea how much mercy I have. I've been in hell.
Okay.
Made choices that got people killed. This isn't just like you anymore. I'm sorry. I need you, John.
Okay. We solved that one. That one was a little involved, but once we figured out that it might have been on the PDAs. Cryopreservation fluid. Okay, so we need to use this on the fluid. Okay, so that should give us everything we need. Wait, can we? Dead occupant.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay. So we still need a usable part, I think. Put that.
Surgical pod is not properly prepared for the selected program.
Protein and fat storage container. Okay, so we have to figure out a way to turn this body part into pure form. Do we have anything to do that? Maybe we could put it in the cryo fluid? I don't know what that would do. Maybe it's acidic or something?
This isn't gonna work.
Okay. We need something like acidic or something chemical to turn this mush into something useful, I guess. Chemical machinery. Nothing. What? Surgical curtains. Odd. Surgical tray. Aha. Now we need to do... maybe the medical machinery? Okay, we put this on the surgical tray. But that doesn't... oh. Okay. I don't know how beating it with a gun makes sense, but... okay, now we have... what is this? Refined... okay, so beating a mass with a gun does not refine it. I strongly disagree, but okay. It is an adventure game, so... okay. Okay, let's save. Okay, let's do this.
You're going to have to be awake for this.
You're not helping.
Sorry. Okay. Just shit. Even be careful doesn't cover it.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It's not like the power's gonna cut out in the middle of surgery.
Shit, John. Why would you even say that?
I'm about to cut into my spinal cord. I'm allowed one joke.
I'll be monitoring.
Okay.
Deep breath, oh man. You can do this.
Okay.
Greetings, John and our chat. I am Robin, the automated surgical med pod. Your physician will explain the procedure to you and offer you an opportunity to ask any questions. You may feel some discomfort after the procedure, such as a headache or nausea. Let your nurse know if you are uncomfortable so that you may be given medication and or other treatment. Head-free placement begins. Warning, Stasis is not currently prepared.
Oh. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Surgery Program 0415 initiated.
Okay, there was anesthesia in the machine. He shouldn't be feeling this even though he's awake. Conscious sedation is a thing.
Magnetic resonance Hazard and core system. Power and core system.
Okay. So what happens if we click this wrong, for example? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
Surgery complete. Subject deceased. Alive. Deceased. Alive. Program
Interesting. Alive, deceased, alive. Oh, I think we have a creature friend. Ah, it's eating the corpse next to us. Okay. That was, grotesque. Alrighty.
Rebecca. No. Rebecca. Run. No. Rebecca. Run. No. Rebecca. Run. I'm here.
I've been trying to contact you. I couldn't hear anything. I thought the worst.
How long was I out?
2 hours.
Good luck being able to walk.
Okay. Alive. Mostly. Fuck, my back is sore.
3 decks and you'll see your daughter. Focus on that. You should have enough drugs running through you to keep going for a few more hours.
Drugs. I've never been a fan. But these are definitely the good ones.
Okay, so now we have to get rid of this. Can I put this on the surgical truck?
This will fit.
Okay, you can't move very fast. I'll say I've had spinal taps before, and walking after those is highly it's not great. It's like they tell you to literally lay down for hours after you get a spinal tap done because your cerebrospinal fluid is trying to re-regulate itself, kind of thing. So having something removed from your spine and then walking around, probably not the best thing. But we can use the elevator. Can we go this way? I'm curious. Like go to reception. Because it's locked down by tags, right?
We asked customers what they thought about Kane Corporation's Jupicola.
I love Jupicola. I love Jupicola.
I love Jupicola.
Personal data tag, Elizabeth Swanson. Okay, so now we have to take the elevator.
Are you a pacifist? Don't like to get your hands dirty?
Okay.
We've got delivery systems.
We do have an empty gun, though, so if we have to shoot something, we unfortunately do not have ammo. I'm gonna go ahead and save here, actually.
A biological quarantine has been initiated.
Okay. Don't like the sound of that.
Level 2. Kitchen knife and snowflake are off limits.
Okay. We haven't heard about Snowflake. That's interesting.
Level 3. Hydroponics is off limits.
Yeah, let's say that's where the fungus is. Well, that doesn't look like we have a choice.
Perfect.
Where are you, John? Without the PDT, I can't track shit.
I don't even see where John is.
Oh, what's left of hydroponics. The shaft's covered in growth. I'm not going anywhere.
Ah.
Wait, let me check the blueprints. Yes, hydroponics has a service elevator.
Affirmative.
Keep me in the loop.
I have a feeling this is going to end with us. We're going to deal with Dr. Milan, but I don't think Dr. Milan's going to be the end boss. I think we're going to end up having to deal with our wife or child as like a mutated creature. If I had to take a guess. Because like there's no reason they would take just us and not our family too, because we know our daughter's here. We just don't know exactly where. Another laboratory. All right. Let's just go to the different labs and see what we can find. Vaporizer
Ridiculous.
pad.
It'll grow this world in a few months.
All right. Computer terminal. That's what it says. Report. Vaporizer, the perfected.
These plants can naturally develop this fast.
Kane developed the technology to accelerate plant growth. Oxygen is big business.
Vaporizer, a perfect Mark V model of the Kane Corporation trans-state modifier. Using advanced and unique molecularization technology, the vaporizer has the ability to shift a targeted substance between gas, liquid, and solid states, without any of the structural breakdown seen in objects shifted between these states on a regular basis. The Mark V is the latest model, but hasn't been rolled to the mass production because of the current difficulty of fueling the vaporizer with resources on board the Groom Lake. Recently, experiments undertaken were more than satisfactory, and it passed the Kane safety and security test with no adverse effects, causing harm to the user observed. With no adverse effects causing harm to the user observed. It has been graded level 4 because of the specific nature of its technology and limited quantity of existing vaporizer. During an experiment recently carried out on the royal jelly produced by hydroponics, Dr. Gray and other observers commented on the remarkable speed at which the jelly was transformed into gas, thus placating their insect population. Okay. Activate.
Vaporizer chamber compromised. Chamber is not airtight.
Vaporizer pad. Okay, so we can't put anything in the vaporizer, it looks like. Okay, we got a static filled monitor. There's a metal plaque here. Computer terminal. Ah, here we go. Dr. Sebastian Gray. Finally. We have more room for the Lincesi Harvey strain, which I've been working on so hard. It's days like this that humanity truly proves that why it crawled out of the ocean before any other. My section has been expanded. I have more staff, true, but they are drones and have little other function. Now we can expand the research potential of Project Kitchen Knife, here we go, and see what else plants can yield. The oxygen production rate is quite unlike anything my initial projections could have predicted. Last year it became the worst kept secret on Groom Lake, and all of a sudden I had more interns that I could comfortably employ. Their only function is to stumble about the place and ask troublesome questions that I have little time to answer. If only our world was more like that of insects. I have plenty of workers and drones, but none of the unwavering loyalty. Bees work and work work and work, the faith in their queen, unquestioning and constant. That kind of loyalty is beyond price. These interns of mine have their uses, I suppose. We always need volunteers willing to get close to the queen. Okay. Let's see. February 16th. I am surrounded by incompetent. I guess that technically is the right way of phrasing it. Anyways, one of those imbecilic interns got too close to the queen, and she showed him her affection. Quite amusing, though not to him. Sorry, that it was covered up by the little bar there. Not to him. This means that I must attend another accident debriefing with the board, though. Dr. Milan does love to test me. I see him up on the hearing bench, and he grins at me in that supercilious look that he perfected over the years. I suppose that I have him to thank for my current position. It was his recommendation to the board that made him hire me in the first place. I believe he has come to enjoy these little power plays. He does so like to keep me under his heel. That, my dear doctor, is only a temporary situation. Once this project is complete, the chess game we play so often will no longer be our only battleground. Regarding the project, some of the bug eggs failed to hatch properly. I suspect this is why the queen was more aggressive than usual. These are more than enough drones to continue collection work. Their unique chemical properties are doing wonders for the plants, although I'm running short of interns prepared to work in close proximity to them since the last incident. The worker I appreciate the most is Akiza. I was astonished to discover that she is related to the legendary Dr. Tenshu of the eugenics wars. I did consider mentioning it to her, but I sense she is oddly ashamed to have him as her ancestor. If it wasn't for men like him, our profession would be a hollow shell of what it is now. Then again, if it wasn't for him, genetic research wouldn't have been put back on several generations, now would it? The ethical quandaries we face as men of science. Insects are restless. They rumble in their apiaries and are more aggressive than usual. My personal deduction is that the presence of the Marine thugs aboard the ship are the cause. Armed guards all over the place. I was stopped by one the other day and asked my reasons for going into hydroponics. Well, after explaining I was head of the dang project, I had the guard removed from his post and then the ship. This is insanity. How am I expected to progress with these thugs around? I recall complaining about the inundation of interns. If only they were still here now. Both Ivan and Theodore disappeared from their rooms last night, and I have had to speak to security about their whereabouts. They were Akiza's assistants, and now the production of the Queen's royal jelly has slowed exponentially. That has been a huge blow, but a rather extraordinary anomaly has appeared in our growth pods. A hitherto undiscovered strain of fungus. Its origin is something of a mystery to me. These fungal growths fascinate. At first, I thought it was common garden variety mold, but after substantial analysis performed by Akiza, it seems to harbor neuron activity. That is to say, it seems to exhibit rudimentary signs of intelligence. We've certainly created some unusual species on this deck, but the idea of a quasi-intelligent fungus growing and evolving of its own volition is exciting and, frankly, frightening. I've asked Akiza and the remnants of her team to cultivate it, but exhibit caution in where it's spread. Alright. All these scientists are so long-winded. I was asked by one of Dr. Milan's assistants if the fungal substance discovered and growing in the bowels of the ship had anything to do with us. I lied, of course, but this is becoming alarming. Our experience flourished at first. We may have lost more staff recently, but our experiments have been very fruitful indeed. Confidentially, the properties of the fungus is both extraordinary and terrifying. It is a remarkable ability to take control of a living subject's central nervous system and hypothalamus, as observed in the monkey we used for testing, which is probably that thing that ate the body upstairs. The monkey shrieked and thrashed in rage for the first few days after it was exposed, and then became quiet, observant, and uncannily intelligent. It's certainly aggressive, but then again, which viruses aren't? No. We've officially lost control of the deck. Eden now truly belongs to the beasts. We've seen strange things. I've watched as the fungus took control of the deck as it spread through the staff. And much to my shame, I watched their death and examined their bodies. Nobody can cross the pods because the bugs are so aggressive that when Solomon went through in a rad suit, they ripped it from his body and stung him to death. It took mere moments. Still, I live in hope that the insects will remember me, their creator, and perhaps see me as one of their own. Don't think that happened. Okay. I do not wish to seem unprofessional and impolite, but I would ask you not press me on the subject of my ancestry any further. Okay, this is from... Yeah. Okay, I was nearly refused entry to medical school on the basis of my family's background, and the torment I suffered at the hands of my school peers regarding my great-great-uncle was unbearable. I am fully aware of his actions, and I've seen countless photographs and documents of the consequences of his work. I took this position to change our world for the better, not be reminded of the skeletons in my family's closet. I've enjoyed our working relationship thus far, Dr. Gray, but I prefer family history no longer be a topic of our conversation. Thank you for understanding, Kiza. I enjoyed our meal yesterday. It was refreshing to hear a man so outspoken on the ship. I appreciate your candor, and I do agree that perhaps it's time the board was shaken up a little bit. Although this merely observation rather than an action plan, I think the top leadership needs some new blood. I'll second you if you're decided to take the challenge yourself. Your impeccable scientific pedigree more than qualifies you. By the way, did you know where they were keeping the new cargo? It seems rather a waste of resources if they won't tell us where it is. Okay. Locked door, broken vaporizer, corpse. Pieta Yamada, civilian liaison, 99149, security. Okay. Cracked glass. Don't tell me we're gonna put the metal plate on it.
Crazy.
Okay.
Although,
obviously we have to repair this somehow because we're gonna have to put something in the vaporizer. What's this say? Metal plate.
This isn't gonna work.
Okay. Alright, so that's what we have that direction. Let's see what's this way. I hear buzzing. Oxygen collection tank.
Oxygen levels increasing.
Okay. Alright. Another death knocked out. We actually didn't get an achievement for that one. That's interesting. Okay, so we can increase this oxygen level. Chris Rogers, Helmsman, Groom Lake Comm, security level 128351. Okay, so we need something to deal with the bees. Probably a smoker of some kind.
Are you fucking kidding?
Okay, so this is the queen.
It's some sort of insect.
Your distance.
It's tied up. Doesn't look like it can get loose.
Tied up. How big is it?
Okay, so we're probably hardened amber. Amber trickles to the tree. We use the pistol to break it.
I was thinking that.
Okay, computer terminal. Hydroponics queen chamber. Activate suction pumps. Reports. Queen's life cycle. Week 93. Healthy, docile, responsive to stimuli. Milking as normal. Tuesday, no activity. Wednesday, healthy, heightened aggression. Recommend milking with only experienced staff. No activity on Thursday. Healthy, highly aggressive. 3 personnel wounded and milking. Healthy, quiet, unusual brooding behavior. Milking normal. High aggressive, 1 fatality via venom vouches. Okay. Ah, here we go. It's a keys of personal log. Oh, praise God Almighty, I couldn't be happier. Dr. Gray took me to one side and told me that it should be take me aside, I think, and told me that I was the only person who had the skill and ability to take control of the nursery. He promoted me on the spot and said I was now personally responsible for the queen. Royal jelly that she produces is proved to be incredibly useful. I discovered through my own analysis that not only is the jelly essential nutrient for the insect population, but it has other amazing physical properties too. It accelerates molecular bonding in certain substances, acting as a thickener for many natural substances while also regenerating their natural properties. Okay, so maybe we can use some to fix that glass. With some engineering, I could imagine to turn this into a true medical breakthrough. Imagine doctors at the hospital wards on Earth using our bonding agent to heal wounds instantly. Perhaps finally the Tenshu name will be revered in medical history instead of reviled. Queen is temperamental little thing, a fiery lady to be sure. Ah, but Queenie, you forget. I grew up in a family with more than one fire-breathing dragon. If I can handle my mother, I can certainly handle you. Although, when she is milked, she's rather docile. I dare say she's rather attached to me. I'm sure I heard her purring at me. It's the only way I can describe it. I'm aware that she's a bug and all, but it sounded rather like approval. My parents kept hives of bees, so I've never been squeamish over insect. I can tell the difference between aggression and favor. I'm still the only person who can get close without being bitten. Her bite can leave one hell of a mark, let me tell you. Hodgkins said that he'll report his side effects upon his return from sick leave. In other news, Dr. Myrick, one of Dr. Gray's subordinates, has requested samples of the jelly for experiments with his tree resins. He thinks it might have a use as industrial adhesive. It's a little away from my original intention, but I suppose it's a start. It's so hard to be positive, to be the person whose enthusiasm never once flags or fails. When you start hearing rumors that appall you to your very core. I tried to shrug it off, but recently had become harder to deny it. I've been hearing sounds from the elevator shaft, the sound of a wailing infant crying out in pain before suddenly being silenced. That is no rumor. Sometimes I lay awake at night and I swear I can hear the crying of children. I can't be dreaming. I saw Ingratia to confess my fears. He gave me a prescription to help me sleep, but saw something in his eyes that said he knew I was hearing something real, or worse. And worse, it's something he was hearing too. More rumors. Dr. Milan is using children in his research. I have to ignore it. If it were true, Kane would remove him immediately, surely. Even Dr. Gray appears to find it an uncomfortable subject for discussion. This is the man who slept easily when Isaac got his left cheek torn off by the Queen. Is Dr. Gray short of staff again? Once again, I'm being forced to manage multiple projects, only this time it's an examination of an acutely destructive new spore that seems to have infected a few of the pods. First observation, it's a parasitic fungus that grows faster than a common weed. And like a common weed, I feel it should be destroyed. But I know that Dr. Gray won't do it. He, like many of the other senior doctors, see any new species as something to be exploited or weaponized. In the darkness, something stirs. I can't say what, I'm too afraid to find out what it is. When Ivan and Theo disappeared a month back, we assumed they'd somehow deserted. That was the official stance taken by Dr. Milan and the board, anyway. Last night's events proved that there was something on board with us, though God knows where it comes from. The Queen was more rambunctious than I've seen her before. Milking her was certainly more challenging than I'm used to. Edmund was assisting, we've been short on staff, and some of our volunteers are simply refusing to show for work. The Queen's environment has been disturbed a great deal, and so her violent tendencies are more pronounced. Edmund was on his way out of hydroponics when it happened. Something, pulled him into one of the air ducts. I didn't see much. I saw him walking towards the decontamination chamber. The next moment, his legs were kicking the air as whatever it was dragged him up into the ceiling while he squealed like a pig. I'm resigning tomorrow. I did not sign up for mad science. I came to Kane to serve humanity and clear my family's name, not to watch my crewmates be slaughtered by a species that Dr. Milan refuses to confirm or deny. If only I'd resigned when I said I would. If only they hadn't ignored my demands to have the infernal fungus destroyed. It's growing over me now, over my skin. It's burrowing into my flesh. The insects attacked again today. And it only seems to worsen. Dr. Gray was destroyed by a swarm of them. Now he's only fertilizer for that ever-ravenous mold he is so curious about. The uninfected are making an attempt to escape. This does not include me. The emergency flares keep the bugs away. I told them to give me a flare to hold back the bugs so they could get away. I hope they escape soon. The fungus is making my head feel funny. I'm sure I can feel it growing through my ear canal. Giza, with the greatest respect, could you please stop the ridiculous pranks your group insists on carrying out in fertilization chambers? I'll admit that they're hardly dangerous, but they are undignified. I certainly wouldn't like to be present when Kane Inspector stumbles upon young Theodore racing in front of the Queen, hands above his head while shouting, "I'm covered in bees." It's unprofessional. Please instruct them to cease their foolishness. Don't worry, I don't think you're losing your mind. Ghosts are possibility. I suspect that your hearing is perhaps the sounds of devices playing in other parts of the ship. Okay, who's this to? Okay, so this is from EF Way. If you would like, I can talk to someone in cargo storage about those sounds. I wouldn't worry about it. This island is full of noises, but pay them no mind. For once, I am quoting Shakespeare, not the Bible. Get some sleep and maybe do a fewer night shifts. Okay. So something tells me if we get close to the Queen, she's probably gonna murder us. So let's get close to the Queen. Yep. Okay. Load game. Okay. So let's try milking the Queen and see what happens. Okay. So this is the milk collection pad. Okay, so now we have the Queen's milk. Now they said it was an adhesive. So can we use it on the cracked glass?
Probably
No.
not a good idea.
Vaporizer pad. Activate vaporizer.
Chamber compromised. Chamber is not tight.
Okay. Small work desk.
I don't think that'll work.
Okay. Okay, nothing there.
Another locked door.
Kane Corporation is watching.
I don't think this will fit.
Can we use it on ourselves?
I can try to make it.
Okay. Now, does that get rid of the one we put in here? It doesn't. So maybe if we have the Queen's milk, we can walk through here? No. Okay. Go. No. Okay, so this, basically the end of that route is the threshold of bug death. Can't use the elevator. See, I wanted to use this. Oh, wait a second.
These don't go well together. Probably not a good idea. It doesn't work like that. I can try to make it fit, but it may break.
Small work desk.
No. Crazy.
Okay, we already read that. Because obviously we need to get this to work. Can't get close.
I can try to make it fit, but it may break. I can try to make it fit, but it may break.
Can we do this multiple times? Is that what we're supposed to do? Okay, it overwrites if you already have it. Now, what I'm wondering is, can I put... this
I can try to make it fit, but it may break.
fast spinning fan.
I don't think that'll work.
Overgrown tree. Thick vine. Yeah, okay. So we need some way to stop the bees if we want to explore that room at all. Can we throw the milk at the insect swarm? No.
This isn't gonna work.
Okay, so we can't explore past this. Can we go down this way? No. Yeah, so there's like an edge. There's like an edge of the area where the bees just won't let us pass. Alright.
These don't go well together. I can't see it working like that. I don't think that'll work. I don't think this will fit.
No stitches. Okay, do we have another... corpse there. Okay, so we can do something with the queen.
I can't see it working like
Is there a way to pull apart? Nope, nope. Corpse, okay.
I think that'll just break it.
See, she like gives off this like spray, and I'm wondering if we can like cover ourselves in it. No, okay. Milk cables. Okay. Now, what happens if we go for milk if we already have milk? Nothing. Okay, so we can just get as much milk, quote unquote, as we need.
That's just crazy. Although, no, crazy.
I thought there might have been another spot around here, but...
No, that won't work.
Get to these corpses? Can. Liquid stains on wall. Okay, overgrowth. See, there's a work desk here, right? So it seems like it definitely wants us to do something on this work desk.
No, that won't work. I can't see it working like that.
Vaporizer chamber compromised. Chamber is not attacked.
See, like, the problem is I know what the end goal is, right? It wants us to...
No, that won't work.
It wants us to... cover this hole, but obviously we can't do that without it being in a different form, but we can't get it into a different form until that is cleared. So we're kind of in a weird stuck thing. And we only have these 3 areas to engage with, right? As far as we know, unless we're missing somewhere. Finds. See, I thought there might have been a lab down here, but it's not giving us the thing. See, we can't go this way. Basically, there's a line that goes from, like, where this light is to this tank, right? All of that, anything past that line gets us killed by bugs.
I can't see it working like that.
We can't do anything with the insect swarm. And there's, like, multiple... See, like, there's a direction down here. The question is how do we get down there, right? We can't get to the corpse. Can't get to this tank. Basically, again, we're cut off, like, right here. We give the milk... We tried this, right? Give the milk back to...
I can try to make it fit, but it may break.
Okay. Let's save again. Oh, interesting.
That was too close.
Wait, why did that work now? Maybe because we had the milk? Interesting. Okay. So spooky looking it is indeed. Okay. I'm here, but lurking at work. Well, thank you for the lurk, Nabe. How are you doing, by the way? Hopefully you're doing well. Alright, so let's try to take... Okay, so... we can take the arm. Oh, maybe that'll allow us to get through this amber?
That was too close.
Okay. So maybe we can use this arm on the amber? Yeah. Okay. Pierced amber. Don't tell me you're just gonna... Okay, we're just gonna take a handful of it. Cool. And that's how we're gonna close the glass. And okay, and then we turn it into a gas, which allows us to get past the bugs. That was strange. That was not... There was no clue that we were supposed to get the milk and then rip off their arm. Like, that just didn't make any sense. But anyways, tree sap on the cracked glass. Oh. Tree sap on the desk. Maybe on the metal plate. Yeah, and then the plate on the glass. By the way, that would not make it airtight. There's still fractures throughout it. But anyways. Adventure game logic. Let's go, vaporizer. So it should turn it into a gas. And we're gonna need that gas. Or what is that? What? Yeah, the pheromone. In order to get through the insects. So let's save our game. Okay, and then we need to use the pheromone on John. Okay, can we just walk through this now? No. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so we have to figure out where to use the pheromone. Maybe on the fan? Or the oxygen tank, maybe? Okay. Okay. Pheromone.
No, that won't work.
On oxygen? No.
It's ridiculous.
Fan? Yeah, okay. Thought so. Pop. And that'll blow the pheromone in there. Which will... Oh, all the bugs are going towards the fan. Got it. I was like, why is that even gonna do anything? Because the pheromone would just spread into the room, which would just confuse them or send them into a frenzy. No, they follow the scent into the fan. Okay. That's fine. Oxygen tank. I don't know what doing all of these oxygen tanks are for.
Oxygen levels increasing to dangerous levels.
Okay. What happens if we turn all of them on?
Oxygen levels pose the fire hazard.
Ah.
CSEC has been notified.
Okay. Where are we at?
It's beautiful.
The oxygen garden's my favourite part of any ship. Green, full, natural.
Okay. Corpse of Frank Flurry, bartender. Body engulfed in vines. Something to pick up here. There's that emergency flare. Water collection pool. Corpse. Voyage observation platform. Okay. Okay, so we have to play this. Okay. Crewman, Groom Lake Gen, 3052 9, security level 0. Okay. So if we just light this flare, we blow ourselves up. So we have to be careful. So let's see. Save. Emergency flare with John.
No. Crazy. Nah, that's ridiculous. I don't think that'll work.
Okay.
Maybe.
I don't... Not exactly sure where it wants us to use this flare.
I can try to make it fit, but it may break.
Vaporizer activated.
Now, can we vaporize it again? Because it says it turns it from a liquid to a solid to a gas. Oh, it moved it. That was weird.
I don't think this will fit.
Oh, okay. So where do we use the flare from?
I can try to make it fit, but these don't go well together. That's just crazy. Although... I think that would break.
I think we have to go from the observation platform, right? How do we get up there? Collapse bridge.
No, that won't work. I can't see it working like that.
Huh.
I think that'll just break it. I think that'll just break it. I think that'll just break it. No. Crazy.
Don't. Okay, so we're missing some interactable somewhere, right?
No, that's ridiculous.
Because we have the flare, we have the oxygen levels at, like, dangerous levels, as it put it. Water collection pool?
No, that won't work. This isn't going to work.
Because I think, like, if I had to take a guess, the idea is that we need to get up here to throw the flare down so that way we can blow up this area, but I'm not seeing anywhere that we can actually get up there, right? I keep clicking on like observation platform, corpses, and it just can't do it. We can't.
I don't think this will fit. I think that'll just break it.
Okay, so let's go in here. Let's take another milk. Don't think we'll need it. So let's try milk with
These
flare.
don't go well together.
We can't take any more sap.
I don't think that'll work. I don't know what I was thinking, man. This isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work.
Okay.
I don't think this will fit.
Yeah, because we had a... Okay. Someone mentioned a flare, right, in their notes, but they didn't. Here we go. Emergency flares keep the bugs away. I told them to give me a flare to hold back the bugs so they could get away. I hope they escape soon. This fungus is making my head feel funny. Okay. So that is a Kiza that we found the flare on. Like what I thought we would do is if we have to use it from this side, right? If we get into...
No, that won't work.
If we could get in the water and throw the flare, and then...
I don't know what I was thinking, man.
And then that way we're underwater when the explosion goes off, but...
That's ridiculous.
Oh, there's a path down here. Well, that was not obvious.
Oh,
Bert. Okay, corpse. Nurse, General Scientist Division, or Science Division, 27983, Security Level 1. Grayson Wendell Cook, 28547, Security 0. Eleanor Way. Okay. There's something. Planting. Stagnant water collection pool. Okay, so let's save here. There was apparently a path down there. They should have lit that up better. That was not obvious that there was a path here. I knew we had to be missing something. Okay, let's talk to Eleanor Way.
I could get you out. I could cut you free.
Okay, so this is probably who we're going to get the flare to. We're going to read the PDA. Let's say. Okay. Oh, Eleanor Way. Here we go. Lord is gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and great in loving kindness. The Lord is good and good to all. I simply wish his kindness had extended to Chelsea. The galley chef told me that a few of the other crew members are uncomfortable with having an ARG patient on staff. I asked if her work was in any way below standard, at which point he grew uncomfortable and admitted exactly as I thought. No, she was a superb worker and his team were uncomfortable with her anyway. Being a geneticist and a Christian may appear contradictory to most, but that is their burden, not mine. I believe in grace and mercy. It wasn't Chelsea's fault she was born an ARG baby. We don't know what ARG is. James, my ex-husband, blamed me. He wanted her terminated, and when I refused, he packed up and left. That suits me. I'd rather be without an unloving husband and father than without my beautiful child. And she is. She is beautiful, a gift from God. For a ship full of the most supposedly forward-thinking people in the galaxy, their aversion to her condition repulses me. Tolerance and patience are virtues greatly praised by the Lord, but aboard the Groom Lake I find my stores of both of these virtues sorely tested. I discovered through one of my subordinates that a new shipment arrived on board a few days ago, destined for Project Seed. My disapproval of the dangers of Seed are no secret. Considering the size of the shipment and the clear attempt to cut me out of the loop regarding the delivery, I suspect some of my colleagues are trying to mask the precise nature of what it is that has arrived. If it is as I suspect, there will be no, and I mean no, links I will not go in order to depose Dr. Milan. Kane Corporation is a company for the promotion of sciences, not for the sinister schemes and unprincipled ambitions of individuals. I have moral issues with Kane and their weapons research. It tests my faith, but Kane's medical breakthroughs have changed the world, and my world too. It's because Kane created research that Chelsea is even alive. This is why I do what I do. I work in genetics to find cures for my dearest Chelsea and others like her, not for the money. It's my job to put things right for her. I had lunch with Dr. Gray this afternoon. He is an odious little man and utterly misanthropic. But if you need somebody to talk about Project Seed, then there are few people who give up information more easily. His ego easily outweighs his sense of confidentiality. Project leaders and project members are not allowed to discuss details of individual projects, but he can't resist himself. Nevertheless, he revealed the disturbing details. I'm aware of our sample's origins. We need human genetic material in order to develop cures for human beings. It's a hard truth. But there's paperwork, permission forms, and contracts that create this supply. That shipment has none of those things. Their children. Oh God, in all your mighty mercy, how could you let Milan, that unholy monster, do this? It's taken months, but finally I found a young cargo worker named Danica Boxer. Okay, we know about Boxer earlier. She was referred to me by Dr. Tenshu, such a sweet girl. It seems that the cargo was a combination of adults and children, all of whom were acquired through illegal channels for use in genetic research. I did not agree to this. I'll leave this place and take Chelsea with me before I spend 1 minute more working for a company that endorses the use of children in research. There are not enough words to describe the soulless creatures that did this. Revenge? I don't believe in revenge. Beloved, never avenge yourself, but leave it to the wrath of God. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, says the Lord. Where is she? The creatures are attacking in full force. The screams are over the radio. They're dying. They're all dying. I can hear them scuttle through the vents, see blood they spill, and spray over the walls. Chelsea, Chelsea, oh God, please bring her to me. I'm trapped in hydroponics. Please let my little girl find me. Voice note. I can see Chelsea inches from me, lifeless. I contemplated taking my own life as she died just before my eyes. When the creatures attacked, the crew sealed off parts of the ship, and I was left trapped in hydroponics. That fungus got to me, and now it's inside, profaning my body. Its nerves wrapped around my cerebral cortex. I can feel it move. I try to move my arms, and it won't let me. It's making me watch the fungus consume my baby girl. I must watch and pray for the end to come, so then it it does not depend on the man who wills or the man who runs, but on God who has mercy. Comments are most flattering. I suspect, however, the promotion isn't forthcoming because of the lack of attention paid to our section. Ignorance is frustrating. Our lack of understanding of what takes place at the top of this food chain is great irritation to me. You do seem to be pushing relentlessly for information about this cargo, though, and I'm somewhat uncomfortable discussing it any further. I fear I may already have said too much. For the sake of your career, my dear, I suggest discontinuing your pursuit. You're a fine geneticist and are clearly one of the most talented people on this ship. Don't let it go to waste, Sebastian. I know you're a spiritual woman and at times receive a great deal of criticism for this, but I feel I can speak to no one else. I'm well known for my positivity and cheerfulness, and I believe I've earned my nickname, Dr. Gray's Smile. Okay, weird. I am haunted by what I'm hearing on the ship and wonder if perhaps it's merely induced by my own fears. Oh, to hell with it. I'll ask you straight out. Do you believe in ghosts? Okay, you may think that I'm being ridiculous or delusional, but I can hear things. Children crying deep in the bowels of the ship. I work many late nights and convinced that I'm hearing crying through the vents. Where are the sounds coming from? I did hear rumors that before the Groomlake was refitted, a group of children were brought on board and their quarters were on this deck. There was a malfunction with the heating units, and, well, they all died. I don't want to seem like I'm wasting your time, but I enjoyed your talk yesterday and your open-mindedness about matters of the soul. Okay. Alright, so let's save, because I think we're gonna give the flare to our friend here.
I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you end this. But you need to help me first. I don't need you to leave. I need you to crack this flare. The oxygen will ignite. Then you will die.
Let's say, we're gonna need to run.
Extreme external temperatures detected. Plug suit has regulated body temperature to benchmark level.
The fire systems just went haywire over here, John. What did you do?
I cleared the vines.
With a flamethrower?
Something like that.
Fire in Oxygen Gardens 1, 3, 5, 6, 9.
Nice.
Fire in Oxygen Gardens 2, 7, 8. Fire suppression system activated. Warning. Fire suppression system compromised. Warning.
Uh-oh.
Shit. Oxygen production has been compromised. Are the biomes still intact? Oh, God, please don't say you burned them out.
Just the one on this level.
It's cause and chain reaction, John. They're all going up. We have a time limit now. Hours at most.
I'm gonna get my daughter right now.
Okay. Down we go. This music is leading me to believe that we might be coming up to the end here.
You little shit! What have you done?
Listen to me.
Fire cleanses. Mr. Manager, I'm gonna make sure you burn for what you and your friends have done to me. To my home!
No, please. I have nothing to do with this.
You won't get much further. Goodbye.
cool. He's gonna mess up the elevator too, like he did the tram. Okay.
Where is Rebecca?
She's in a containment area at the other end of Seed.
Okay, we got a power pad, a toolbox.
Looks like this place is being expanded.
Seed was always expanding. That place scares me.
High temperature slug gun.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Let's save. Okay. We're gonna do a little bit of a stretch here. Feel my back kind of nodding up a little bit, so take a little bit of a stretch break. Because I don't know how much longer we have in this, but I have a feeling we're coming very close to the end, because we're about to find out what Project Seed is, as well as potentially deal with Dr. Milan. So, okay. Work light. Closed housing. We need to take the closed housing, I'm guessing. It's locked by Omega? Like. Okay. High temperature slug gun.
No, that's ridiculous.
Okay, I wish there was a way to get rid of, like, older items. Okay, so I guess if we walk through here, we're probably gonna get shot.
Warning. Halothane hepatotoxicity is at an elevated level.
Yep. Figured that was gonna happen. So it looks like we could go into that room and we can move.
Where is Rebecca?
Oh, I don't like that. We have to go back through that if we die here. Okay. Music just kicked back in.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Halothane hepatotoxicity is at an
Birthing laboratory. Ah.
What do you see?
What kind of a monster would do this? These women, these poor women. This is torture. This is
Science.
These women must have families and lives.
You can't do anything for them now. Soon this ship will run out of oxygen. They won't be in pain for much longer.
A second in this place is more torture than anyone should bear.
Portable defibrillator.
A defibrillator. And it looks like it's fully charged.
Loaded fetus. The thing inside the incubator is an anathema in nature. This poor creature should not exist, and what life it shows is reluctant and painful. Let's check out this terminal. Project Seed version 6. Here we go. Update by G. Milan, Kane Corporation. All rights reserved. For eyes of the Kane board, directions only. Seed is an attempt to create ultimate super soldier by, in simple terms, activating junk strands of human DNA. Over the year, the human genome has shed or made dormant certain strands of its own DNA sequence for various evolutionary reasons. Professor Salam Garound observed that certain dormant parts of these genes were not so much junk as they were potential, that is, a genetic information contained and completely sublimated by the dominant gene. Professor Garound engineered a early life form based on this original theory by introducing these identified genetic strands into early stages of embryo formation. The initial concept was intriguing, but its ultimate result was a group of uncontrollable animalistic creatures. Version 6 of this proposal is to update these same dormant genes into human makeup by use of genetic splicing, hereby introducing desirable physical and mental characteristics over generation to produce fast-learning, hard-to-kill, and utterly ruthless soldiers. This is eugenics. This is kind of the idea behind eugenics, is basically getting rid of bad genes, quote-unquote, and replacing them with perfect genes, quote-unquote, in order to create perfect people, quote-unquote. And again, there's a reason those quotes exist, because this is something that some other group of people believed. You can probably guess who. Alright, observation report 1. Her vital signs are steady, certain hormonal levels are extremely high, but I'm countering this with a judicious administration of depressants in each case. Survival chances very high. She is young, healthy, and there are no signs of infectious or complications capable of disrupting the birth. Recommendation, keep under observation, prepare for phase 1 treatment. Observation 2. The subject, despite her promising early progress, appears to be failing. Supposition is that she cannot withstand the foreign genetic structure that's being fused into her body. Typical signs of rejection are being displayed. Recommendations: observe for additional 24 hours. If there are no signs of improvement, termination and disposal of the patient is recommended. The subject is progressing well as being aesthetically attractive. She has all of the other genetic traits required. Initial concerns about her suitability, voiced by Dr. Milan, chiefly due to the number of her sexual partners, have been proven unfounded. She will be a perfect carrier. The hybrid DNA is fusing to my satisfaction. Apart from a small amount of pain, her body appears to be coping with the adjustments. I prescribed her a steady dose of anesthetic to keep her subdued and comfortable. Hybrid Subject 302. Since deliveries, Hybrid Subject 302 has been kept inside an incubator. Due to its respiratory distress, assisted breathing is required. Cardiac arrest has occurred, and the use of automated external defibrillators has been required to revive the child. I deduce that the conditions and sickliness are due to the late molecular bonding between hybrid and host DNA in the mother. A weak nervous system is also highly likely in this case, but the subject's regenerative abilities can be stimulated with steroids. Conclusion: the child is weak but will survive. The mother is suitable for continued breeding. Wow. Okay, so if we...
I think that'll just break it.
Okay, mists.
Just breathe in and out. The sooner you wake up from this. I'm here to help. I'm gonna help you. Just close your eyes. It doesn't work like that.
So we got bandages.
This isn't going to work.
Portable gurney. Organic nutrient growth. Pulsing sacs bleed nutrients mixtures into the floor where liquid congeals in clustered cysts. Hybrid fetus. The horror of this enlarged fetus sac is matched only by the horror within its fleshy walls. Oh, they each say something. Interesting. Awful engorged placenta hangs like a ripened fruit. The fluid sac rocks gently to and fro, containing neither human nor animal, but a medical marvel nonetheless. The sac of organic matter sways peacefully in its slumber, punctuated by pulsating movement from within. There's a calmness about the suspended womb, but a pungent smell of amniotic fluid makes prolonged observation unbearable. The organic pulsating fluid sac holds a fetus, an external placenta. There is something noticeably peculiar about this artificial placenta. On closer inspection, its tiny ragged apertures across its surface, almost as if it's been eaten at from within. Okay. We need to find a way to, like, pull the power cell, I guess. Okay. So that's that. We've got quite a few items. Need to not get shot at. Oh my. Pulsating mass of flesh and bone. Conjoined mass.
if they've been here.
Splayed human body.
How can we allow this?
This is the purpose of the Groom Lake. It's not on Earth. People can't see it, so they don't care.
There's a PDA there.
So what?
In the aftermath of this body's evisceration, you can't tell if its legs are removed or whether it had ever had any. Blade open. Do medical skills ever feature bodies so grossly exhibit their internal organs? One of the failed experiments, a lump of organs held together by a wrinkled skin, bone poked through the flesh in spots. Preserved conjoined twins. A corpse of a creature hangs preserved. It may have been a twin. Two heads are fused together and a pair of spines meets. Each spine wraps around the other like a gnarled mountain. Okay, there's liquid nitrogen here. Human skeleton. Standard looking human skeleton. The test results flash across the screen. Large infant skeleton. Okay. There's another power cell. Okay, there's a PDA here. Although this man, there's a...
If they were more open, this wouldn't happen.
Open to who? The people? Governments?
Other corporations.
What cost?
A bit about humanity, I suppose.
Okay, there's like a weird, like, whining noise. I'm gonna turn off the audio while I read these PDAs, because that like very high-pitched frequency thing is like gonna give me a headache. So I'm gonna turn off the audio, but we're gonna keep moving forward and reading stuff. Okay, this is Dr. Marvin DeSantos. Thank you for the 10 bits, Def Spooky. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. All right, March 2nd. Man, that person from shipping won't get off my back. Wow. And she just comes crawling back. If she doesn't get out of my hair, I'll have her moved off ship. Dr. Milan is... But he looks after me like that. I gotta say, being on Project Seed is awesome, man. Okay, we gotta do some pretty noxious stuff, but in exchange, I got a lot of protection and honorary title. Dr. DeSantos. I like it. Dr. Milan knows about my contracts and private cargo that arrive on board, and I know he hates it, but there ain't nobody else prepared to work under Dr. Backman. That guy is one twisted person, and one of my best customers. I get imports, sure, but my own private lab is what manufactures Backman's pathway stuff. Funny, I never realized how dependent these people of science are on drugs. Personally, I never touched the stuff. You gotta have your wits about you, man, especially around here. Wow, Dr. Williams, Charlotte. I never would have figured that uptight woman was... Oh. But she just gave me the ride of my life. Who would have thought? Slinky lace under the lab coat of hers, and for a woman in her mid-40s, a body that makes you want to get on your knees and howl at the moon. This guy is a real piece of work. Against the table, pressed... Okay. Of course, she's Looney Tunes, probably thinks I'm her dead husband or something. Crazy but smart. She had no idea how much I know about her little project. I saw the details. People just think I'm smack talking, but I've been training on Groom Lake since I was 16. I studied chemistry and genetics, aced all of it. She thinks I'm too stupid to understand. Thinking I could have gotten myself in too deep here. The drug was fine, but the whole industrial espionage thing is kind of freaky. I don't think Dr. Milan knows. I know Lincoln watches me with an eagle eye, but he can't know for sure. If he did, he would throw me from the ship with the rest of the failed hybrids. But man, the money is good. I earned my year's salary by sending some info to Black Star Industries. My contact gave me more money than I could conceive for leaking one report. One, I met a guy while I was on leave. He was smug, who somehow knew what I did and then flashed the cash. I've got no loyalties to the company. I know how Dr. Milan treats loyal staff. That guy can turn on a dime when it suits him. I've heard weird stuff going on down below decks. The seed has me feeling it'll soon be time to get the heck out of Dodge pronto. One or two more reports might just give me what I need. Nobody knows about my little acts of espionage, but who'd care? The ship is falling apart. Some of these things that Backman and Milan made are on the prowl. I stashed away my cash as soon as I heard things were going wrong, but money ain't gonna make spit's worth of difference if we all get killed. Milan's taking all this way too calmly. Actually, I say he's enjoying all this. He came into the lab this morning. He still makes us all report to the lab, and was grinning the whole time. His eyes all red, and he was coming down from a high. That guy does not need drugs for a high. His general messed upness is what he rides. And here is thinking Backman was the crazy one. It's just us. Oh god, not even Backman's around now. Charlotte was dragged away to the labs a few days ago. We're sealed off from the other decks. I reckon only a matter of time before Milan decides to do something about me. I've been living on the ship for years, and I know the hidden passages that even Milan doesn't know about. I'll get over the communications array and let off a signal. Hopefully they'll get to us before Dr. Milan finds out. Okay, who was that? Whose PDA did we just read? Dr. Marvin DeSantos. Okay. Alright, whose PDA is this? This is Clifford Backman. They said I never make it to 60. Ha. 85. Old and still cooking with gas. 3 kids, and I outlived them all. Wow. Okay, so I was young when I had them. Those girls never even knew I was the father, of course. Had to switch the DNA sample so they didn't know the little stuff were mine. I'm too old for all that. You never completely lose your eye for the ladies. I might have false teeth, Dr. Milan, but I'm no moron. For the good of humanity, I'm a sociopath, an alleged... Okay. And your little speech to the crew was less sincere than anything I could say with straight face. At least you know how to turn a blind eye whenever I have to get rid of troublesome subjects, right, Milan? The new gas for Chambers is working splendidly. An improved kill rate of 60% on the old formula. I watched those poor subjects writhe and die. We have a viewing window now so we can make sure it's done. If I were a moral man, I'd call it perverse. It's lucky for Project C that I couldn't give a crap. I thrive when I don't have to answer to everyone with a conscience. This will not do, not at all. I need more subjects. The rejection ratio of the DNA splicing is stratospheric. So not only do I need more bodies, I need better ones. They bring me imports and strays, and the best results are achieved with crew members. One cannot prey too often on those, of course, no matter the need. My chosen ones were always those who wouldn't be missed. Furnaces are inadequate for my disposable requirements. I'm told they are so hot they could destroy dark matter. They seem slow to respond when burning flesh, though. The smell is hardly pleasant either. It reminds me of that injured dog that I found as a little boy growing up in Missouri. It looked at me with pleading look, the kind a sick patient gives a doctor they trust absolutely. Naturally, I stomped the mongrel's head. It was a mercy. There are too many in society who have similarly damaged dispositions. Kindness to snuff out their worthless lives. Well, if you need any reason to hate these scientists even more, they're definitely giving it to you in these personal logs. I must get more pathway. DeSantos is usually more than forthcoming with its ingredients, but he says his own suppliers are having problems. I know you, DeSantos. I know you're not a real doctor. I know the kind. I have 5 PhDs, and you can tell when men have been hired for their instincts rather than their knowledge. Meanwhile, the cutting and splicing continues. Oh, and Charlotte, we all know about your little experiment. First, she kills her partner by accidentally exposing him to a lethal virus, and then she goes gaga for him. That's the sort of beautiful incompetence that slays me. I spent years perfecting the art of the kill, making murder appear a mishap, and she went and did it all completely by accident. What perfect nonsense. October 10th. I held a subject down today and used my surgical hammer to cave his windpipe, and then I gouged out his eyes and tried to rip his jaw from its socket. My goodness, I tried to rip the jaw from its socket. My goodness, what an outburst. Oh, sorry, I said that twice. I'm becoming careless. I need more pathway. Okay, so that's the drug. Pathway is the drug that he's addicted to. Dr. Milan is starting to worry that my tendencies cannot be controlled. He need not worry. I'm still focused on seed. Seed is just that, a seed. But this chrysalis will soon break open and blossom. The successful bred Homo novi which is like new human, wait in their containment cells, while their unsuccessful brethren reduced to a viral mulch that's already breached the containment seals of the ship grow. Its genetic makeup might be a little more than trash, but it's astoundingly tenacious. I have to respect that which kills with such efficiency. I woke up in the emergency room today. Somebody found me on the stairs. I can't remember much. What I do know is both my legs are in casts. I better get comfortable because Dr. Grimm says I'll be in here for at least a month. We die as the Novi cut us down, but I'm not ready to be replaced by a new species. Our creations are impressive, but I don't share Milan's fanaticism for what is happening here. I must try to make sure one of the lifeboats is available to me. A shame there was not another for that delectable young thing. What was her name? Callister? I would have liked to have her around when the ship was going to hell. She's dead, however. How unfortunate. Okay, so he lasted to January. That's interesting. A lot of people died around December. I may be old, but I'll tear anyone who tries to stop me from leaving apart at the limbs. I have survived police investigations, court cases, vengeful spouses, and idealistic lab hands. I will gut anybody trying to prevent my escape. That includes you, Milan. I will jab out your eyeballs and eat them before I submit to you. Okay. So let's see if there's anything else we need to interact with here. You know what they are. Okay. Alright, so we're going to turn the audio back on. I do apologize for that noise. Okay, so there's a bunch of power cells in here that I think we're going to have to interact with. Give me just a second. I will get out of this room. So that high-pitched noise stops. Okay, we can't go there. Okay, so let's see what the robot does. Okay, if we're here... How far does the robot go? That's the question. Okay, that didn't work. So maybe the wow.
Where is Rebecca?
Takes you all the way back here. Okay. Load game. Oh, I just saved over our save. Crap. Okay. I just saved over our stuff.
What do you see?
What kind of a monster would do this? These poor women. This is torture. This is
Science.
Okay, was there anything else in this room? Don't think so. Okay. Okay, so let's go in here. Read this PDA. Again, I'm sorry about the noise. Okay, we need the liquid nitrogen.
This is the purpose of Green. It's not on Earth. People can't see it, so they don't care.
What if they knew?
So what?
And then we have the toolbox. Okay.
Looks like this place is being expanded.
Food was always expanding. That place scares me.
Okay, so we got a slug gun, a portable defibrillator, and a band-aid.
Sorry.
Still don't know what we need to do here, so we have to get past the robot, obviously. And the robot doesn't get you if you're in one of the like side areas because it stops right here. So what I'm wondering is can we use the defibrillator on the robot? Okay, that didn't work. Bandage.
I can't see it working like that.
So the high temperature slug gun did not work. No. Okay. And I also don't know why its guns all of a sudden glitched and went behind it again. Very strange.
Shit, where is Rebecca?
She's in a containment area at the other end of sea.
The fact that it doesn't load your last save is really annoying. Load game. Okay. Closed power cell housing. Can we use the defibrillator on it? No.
Maybe.
Slug gun.
No.
No. Okay, we don't have anything else from this area. Hanging wires. Scaffolding. Power pad.
No, that won't work.
Okay. Oh, we have more items. Oh yeah, we have the nitrogen, liquid nitrogen canister.
I can't see it working like that.
Okay. So we have a bunch of items. The ones that matter are these four right here. We have a bandage, we have a portable defibrillator, high temperature slug gun, and canister.
We'll just break it. I don't think that'll work.
Okay. Let's go in here. Because we have to get past this robot, right? Like that's obviously what it wants.
It doesn't work like that. This isn't gonna work.
Can't do anything with that.
They don't look human.
Hybrids?
I can't tell.
Yeah. Nutrient tubes. See, there's these power cells in different areas, but it looks like we need like a key for them. Right?
I can try to make it fit, but it may break. It doesn't work like that.
Fluid drainage. Thing in there. We can block up the drainage? No.
No.
So the only other place we have 3 areas we can be in. Right. High pitch is back. I do apologize. We're gonna have to look around. Actually, I'll just turn the audio off again while we look around. That high pitch is not good for anybody's hearing. See, there's this pulsating mass. Join scanning machinery computer turn. Okay, so we didn't see this before. Okay, that doesn't have any interaction to it. Readout screens. Okay, there's terminals here as well. Here we go. Hybrid reject 811 reported by Milan. Highly unusual form of rejection, such as has not been observed before, manifested in this hybrid. It is entirely possible that the mutagenic compounds used to synthesize the hybrid DNA was faulty in this particular instance. Usually, with any rejection, there's a sign of initial bonding and then a breakdown. But in this case, there was absolutely no bonding attempted whatsoever. Given the thoroughness of which we create the DNA, I suspect the centrifuge machine for this particular batch was faulty. Repair and maintenance check of the machine is ordered immediately. Recommendation: destroy what remains and also destroy the fetus. Okay. Hybrid reject C. Reported by Backman. Subject died during birth. It can only be surmised the death was due to a failing in the host, as reports and tests leading up to the birth showed no signs of fetal defect. Upon further investigation of the woman's medical history, it was noted that she experienced complications when giving birth to a child previously. This host would have not been used had this been highlighted. In light of her medical history, I now assume this was cause of death of fetal distress and death of the subject. Note: host is being kept alive and undergone one transfusion. Recommend: revoke the host's life support order and dispose of the body with reject C. Okay, and finally there's this one. There's a card here. Interesting. So looks like there's a taped hint here. It shows a gun shooting a nitrogen canister. Interesting. Okay. Reported by C. Williams, during the autopsy of Hybrid 604, there were signs of renal failure. It appears the kidneys were unable to process the amino acids required for the breakdown of nutrients. Damage to the liver, stomach, and intestines show the same degenerative patterns. It is possible that the report of mother giving birth 3 months prior was an error. Comment: further reports regarding the failure of mutagenic compounds will be finalized later. So we need to get the robot to shoot the canister? Wait, was there hints on these other terminals? Nothing there. Slug gun operator's manual. Okay. So we're getting some little hints on the PDAs and the terminals. So nothing there. Check this one. Okay. And nothing there. Okay, so we saw a thing. As long as we're here, save game. Okay. I don't know why the robot all of a sudden turned around. So if we put the liquid nitrogen on the storage crate, no? So I'm guessing if we cross these line of boxes, we just die, right? Oh, maybe not. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so basically, if we get anywhere on that blue line, it's death. We just die. So... okay. Now we need to load This game. Sink. Hold on, there's a sink here. What do we need a sink for? Bandages? Okay. So we clean the bandages. Dirty bandage causes the steel drain of the sink. Liquid nitrogen? Ah, now I see. Okay. Now there's a puddle of water. Wow, that sink was very hard to see. Because this is just so zoomed out. Okay. And then spilled water? No. Oh, defibrillator. And then the robot will come over here. And get fried. Right? Why did that not work? Maybe we have to wait for it to stop in the water. Okay. Now that's done. All right, I'll turn the audio back on here in a second. All right, so that's done. Have some audio now. Okay, here, save game. Okay, so now let's go to the bot.
Easy does it. God, just hate it.
Okay, what did we get? Don't know what we got there. Twisted metal. Okay. Elevator platform. Okay, so we can't go down this way. Airlock, power pad, sink. Okay. So I'm guessing the twisted metal is what we're going to use to pry open these power pads, maybe?
I can try to make it fit, but it may break.
No. Okay. Maybe we use the platform then. Think. Power pad.
Warning. The oxygen atmosphere generating system is no longer functioning. Product failure is imminent.
Okay, I'm not sure. Can we go this way, or is this just gonna murder us? Can't go that way. Okay, and then we can shoot. Okay. Very curious why we're trying to go through the airlock. Oh, maybe it's like a contamination airlock and not like a to the outside airlock. Wrapped down hybrid.
They're almost human, especially their eyes.
Don't get too close.
Okay. Let's save again, because I'm sure this room is probably full of death for us. There's one writhing in the floor. There's a PDA, there's a terminal, there's also a bone melding glue. Emaciated, starving organism. Okay, so let's get the glue. Read this PDA. Okay, this is Charlotte. Oh, Francis, I still lie awake at night thinking of you. You haunt my dreams, my nightmares, and my fantasies. We found love, dear, even when we worked in Kane's Sydney lab, creating viral strains that could turn a human inside out. We loved and made love. Ours was a match made in heaven. We worked on only the most exciting viruses and pathogens. Our work together was a Mozart requiem, a piece of perfection. My work is now pale in imitation of what it once was. How long ago was it now? It must be 10 years, but feels like only yesterday. You were too sick to transfer to Groom Lake when I did. You died just as I took up my post. But don't fret, my angel. I've begun concocting a way to bring you back to life. I always called you my little Frankenstein. Do you remember? Shredding the boundary between life and death was always your ultimate goal. Now, with Project Seed entering its second phase, my plans can finally be put into practice. The laboratories are off limits between 2 and 4 a.m. That's when I work. Naturally, I prepare all the calculations and machine settings in my quarters. I keep the subject under a false name in one of the pods. So far, not even Dr. Milan knows what I'm doing. Each major laboratory operation I perform takes no more than an hour, and I always erase the machine records at the end of each one. I'm using your DNA, my darling, with enhanced regenerative abilities for genetic material we've already synthesized for Seed. You will be reborn, but you'll be impervious to physical degeneration, immune to sickness and pain. I'll have done what you would have wanted and made you perfect. And when you step healthy, unblemished, and reconstituted from your glass room, you'll never leave me again. Things have felt strange lately. My work continues, but I swear, darling Francis, I can feel you watching me. I'm trying to work longer hours to complete the new and reborn you, but it's not easy. Marvin has already had a look at some of my work, I'm sure, and if he had any concept of what I'm trying to achieve anyway. I still wonder, my darling, why you cursed me as you died. I know it was an accident, and I know you remembered that. It wasn't murder. I never committed a murder, not even when we tested that pathogen on those troublesome neighbors. Yikes. It was an experiment. How are we supposed to know they choked to death on their own innards? I suppose death was a possibility, but that's science. I fear for your continued life. I'm afraid Milan knows. Who else knows? Have they contaminated you? I will run extra tests to make sure your code is not flawed or altered in any way. I'm anxious. I've started scratching my arms badly. At this rate, I might end up looking like a leprous toad. Looking like that leprous toad Backman. Oh, my dearest Francis, I have failed you. Milan knows. He confronted me about it directly. He wants me to make you just like them. I cannot have you crawling on all fours like some dog in the street. Very idea offends me. I will protect you with my life. You will be reborn. I swear this on my life. And then that was the last entry. Okay. Okay, so we can go down this way. What do we got here? It's loading something. Strapped down creature. There's something floating above it. Mainframe computer. Storage devices. Coolant pipes. Terminals. Glass wall. Open cell housing. Okay, there's a PDA there, there's a PDA there. Alright. Time for our big ol' exposition dump.
cancer, HIV, Ebola. I eliminated them all. Her life is mine to do it as I choose. Mine? Oh, yes. I know about everything, Johnny boy. I know about your daughter. And all about your wife. You are accountable.
Jammed his signal, John.
Hmm.
You need to hurry.
See,
Close.
Milan's crazy, obviously, but like, there's something else going on with Taya, right? I don't think she's doing this for our benefit. I think she's doing it for her benefit, because when we asked her about the science experiment, she's like, "It's science. This is totally not bad, and if people knew, who would care?" Blah, blah. Like she's very dismissive of the idea that anything bad's happening, and she's very focused for us to get to Milan, right? So I don't think Taya's on our side. All right. Milan's notes. Here we go. And of course he's gonna be a wordy son of a gun, isn't he? Jesus Christ, man. Okay. Before we do this, I am going to need to get something to drink because we got a lot of reading ahead of us to figure out what's going on. So I will be right back, and we'll continue figuring out what happened here. And we're back. Hello, Dragula. How you doing today? Because I keep stealing my mouse. Want my mouse back, please? Thank you. All right. Let's get some more reading done, shall we? All right. The new year begins, the wheel turns, and the Groom Lake continues to lead the vanguard of scientific discovery for all humankind. Had a long working day, how are you? I'm doing well, I think we're coming up to the conclusion of this game, so very excited to see how it ends. Continues to lead the vanguard of scientific discovery for all humankind. Yet I feel dissatisfied, even as the peons who work under me celebrate the new year. I wonder why. Why would you celebrate such an asinine concept as outdated Gregorian calendar on a ship that's currently swimming through the depths of space? The reason is clear. Comfort. They fear the unknown, the alien, the impossible. I do not. I embrace the unforgiving cosmos with open arms. The problem with research we do is humans doing it, constrained as they are by conscience, remorse, and sometimes even fear. We try to grasp the infinite and give it framework that ill fits its cosmic splendor. This is my 10th year as Special Projects Director for Kane Corp. Despite my discoveries and quests for knowledge, I'm held back at every turn by paperwork, moralizing scientists, and that group of degenerate toadies that I sit on the board with. If I were rid of them, then my word would be God. My word. Not a word of corporation. Still, they have their uses. The research is funded by Kane, and Groom Lake is kept running by money and personnel they provide. But the time will come when all this change. Mark my word. I'm inundated with emails from all departments about inconsistencies with storage and contaminated samples. This grand masquerade is sometimes more tedious than it's actually worth. Worst of all was Dr. Way and that technician, Miss Callister, is it? I normally make short work of such troublemakers, but it hardly seems worthwhile. Troublemakers must be allowed to make trouble, because if they disappear, that legitimizes their claims, and somebody will take up the fallen Crusader's torch. Dr. Backman's tendencies are becoming harder to restrain. I'm well aware of his shortcomings. The old man is as brilliant as he is deranged, yet manages to go about his work with sociopathic glee. He's useful to have around. He has requested more bodies for seed, specifically more women who are recently pregnant. That is problematic, as we have very few such women on board, and imports are not easy to come by. We may have to play this one under the radar. That fool, Dr. Gray, complained yet again about his beloved insects becoming more aggressive as a result of power outages. So what? Let them spill out onto the decks as far as I'm concerned. The importance of seed outranks the hydroponics project work by 1,000 to 1. I do like playing chess with Dr. Gray, of course. I win every time, a little fact he's unlikely to tell anyone, although does seem quite happy to contact anyone who's interested with the opinion that he'd be on the next best candidate for my job. You know, this is a fun stereotype that I never really realized when I was younger, but I found as I watched more and more media that there's an obsession with people that see themselves as geniuses, and there's an obsession with chess. I don't think, in my opinion, and maybe this is a hot take, I don't think there's any correlation between intelligence and chess. I really don't. I think that there are people that train and are very good at chess, thus they're able to beat people more strategically and quickly, but I don't think just because you're good at chess, you're a smart person. I don't think those two are correlated. And for some reason that trope, and that's not, like I said, that's not just in this game. It's like basically every trope of like the mad scientist or the super genius or the whatever, like that is the like threshold for super intelligence, is that you're good at chess. I don't know where that came from, really. I guess it's the idea that like one of the first things when we were doing artificial intelligence, one of the first things we trained a computer to beat people in was chess, and it could beat like grandmasters or whatever, thus claiming that it was an intelligent, you know, program or whatever. I don't know. It's just very interesting. I've seen that a lot, and it's just as I get older, I realize like just because you're good at chess does not mean that you are an all-knowing super genius, right? It just means you're good at chess. Anyways, Sebastian, you could not handle what I do. If you believe otherwise, then you're as great a fool as I imagine you to be. When the day that I foresee comes, your rotting corpse will be under my feet, and I will laugh. Dr. Williams is under the delusion that I don't know about her personal research. Officially, it's illegal for staff to conduct their own research, but this is interesting. Recreating her dead lover in the form of a hybrid? How fascinating. If it works, I'll make use of it. If it doesn't, then it'll burn with the rest of the rejects. The woman is obsessed. I know that DeSantos is playing no small part in feeding her delusions. I know her secret research won't cause me any problems, or I would never have allowed her on Project Seed. Now remember, she's trying to resurrect her dead husband. That's what he's talking about there. Seems contaminated waste from the corpse disposal overspill is contaminating the ship. It's causing fungal growth, and so my various drones tell me. The fungus is a riveting proposition, though. While I'm angry at Dr. Backman for terminating more subjects than strictly necessary, these unintended side effects are fascinating. I intimated as much, okay, that's an interesting word, I haven't heard that very often, as much to Dr. Gray, of course, stroked his ego with hints at promotion and glory. He'll keep the fungus alive, the engineers want it destroyed, and I'm sure we can delay that. This experiment is becoming more engaging by the day, and I haven't even had to lift a finger, so while they clog up my inbox with demands and Rome burns, I plan to play the violin. We are more than secure here anyways. This is a certain inevitability about it. I must record the daily developments as the experiment grows. It is as I foresaw. Panic, destruction, and mayhem. And yet Seed continues apace. Once the fervor and the flame dies down, we'll sweep the decks of detritus and repurpose all of it for my beautiful hybrid creation. No more growing plants for the good of mankind. God is no longer in the machine, my friends. I am God. There it is. There's the I am God quote. My beautiful children have excelled themselves. They kill, they learn, they adapt. A primal species without any of the trappings of morality. It's their time now. They almost came to be once many years ago, but they were snuffed out by humanity, afraid of its natural successors. This systematic extermination was given a name, the Eugenics Wars. The public knew it was corporate warfare. In truth, it was a coordinated genocide. Humanity wasn't ready for Professor Garun's astounding discovery, sought to destroy it. His work was not perfect, of course. That's where I came in. I spent most of my life as part of Kane, trying to access Professor Garun's original work. Old man Kane pushed me to the top because we shared an ideal, the utilization of science for the perfection of humanity. Where we differed were the methods by which this was to be achieved. Not that he had much more to say after I held that pillow to his face as he lay in his hospital bed, all for a higher purpose. So he killed the head of Kane. Wow. That's an interesting reveal there. Creation of our species from raw subjects will become impossible now that the crew are dead, dying, or unclean. But it's hardly an issue. Any subjects who were flawed or imperfect have been turned into fertilizer that will nurture the perfection of the surviving race. Now the challenge is moving the Groom Lake out of range of any other ships. No one can be allowed to escape the ship alive. Any good, strong survivors will become members of the new race. I am their creator. I control. I transcend. DeSantos, I'm very disappointed in you. A distress signal? I thought we were of one mind here in Seed. I'll castrate and destroy you for this betrayal. Wow. Your flawed body is hardly worthy of becoming one of my children, but for now, I must turn off this accursed signal. You cannot hide from me, Marvin. You drug-peddling little person. Alright, so that's that one. Let's read this PDA. Is this also from... Milan, I wonder? No, this is Lincoln. Okay. I've been reassigned to investigate the disappearance and murder of 2 scientists in the employ of Dr. Milan. A strange matter to be sure. I've been observing the movements of some of those eggheads, and I can't say I'm too impressed. Doesn't anybody around here record their comings or goings or make any notes? There's no traditional organization in this department whatsoever. Project Seed answers to nobody. This I know, but I thought the scientific types always made notes. Not that I care about admin, but I very much care about the findings out who's selling weapons-grade secrets. Industrial secrets are a matter of life and death, especially death in this case. My investigation will be thorough and no stone left unturned. The staff here are strange. In fact, I'd say a lot of them are even crazy, but I couldn't care less about that. Just want names and answers. Okay, so Lincoln was sent to find out about DeSantos selling corporate secrets. Interesting. Okay. I got this job because I get things done, not because of my warm and caring personality. At the moment, people are taking umbrage to my investigation, but security is a constant and essential part of shipboard life, especially when you're talking about industrial espionage. I'm not sure where the 2 missing scientists are, but it seems based on modified records I found that they were killed and ejected into space. Any other man would assume that these 2 were criminals, but I don't buy that. As far as suspects goes, I've ruled out Charlotte Williams and Marvin DeSantos. Oh, he ruled out DeSantos, but we know DeSantos was the one selling secrets. Charlotte because she doesn't know where she is half the time, and DeSantos because he's just a smirking crap for brains. I'm confident that he's involved in drug dealing, and I will give him this. He is cautious and acts like he's a real ladies' man, but I know the truth. I've seen him rejected repeatedly at the bar. Since July, I've operated under the pretense that I'm an assistant. It's lucky that in my career I had some emergency room experience. The only other person who knows about my true purpose here is Dr. Milan. He's been encouraging. He constantly supplies me with information that I require for my investigation, and at times is a little over-helpful. Still, he seems honest enough. For the record, I am well aware of the kind of man Dr. Milan is. I've seen his experiments with my own eyes. I've seen what happens when bodies are disposed of in the burning fires of the furnace. But he does what's required to justify the means. There are few men in this world who will do what has to be done. For that, I admire him. He told me to watch after Dr. Williams' experiments. It seems they're unofficial, and although I'm prepared to report Kane to have her removed from position, Milan immediately overrode my request. I respect him, but to be honest, I don't like having my authority overruled. Backman, of all people, was sniffing around today. It seems the old psychopath suddenly became curious. I asked Dr. Milan for further instructions. He told me to incapacitate the old man. This I did. A shame I had to break the old guy's kneecaps. Honestly, I was hoping to slit his throat, but Milan insisted that he remain alive. Alive and in pain, but unable to move. I'm revising my earlier opinion of DeSantos' character. I think he's pathetic, but now I believe he's partly responsible for some of the stolen information. He strikes me as an amateur put up to this by an outside agent. I'll deal with DeSantos soon, but first I've got to monitor his movements. Make one move, pal, and I'll have you. Dr. Milan has earmarked me for one of his experiments. I know this because when I attempted to leave the ship to report to Kane Corp, I discovered that my access was restricted and blocked. I came back to my quarters and found Milan waiting there. He was waiting with 2 of those hellish critters that he's created. I'm not squeamish, but those things made me nauseous. I'm currently awaiting what he calls processing. I suppose at this stage I would make peace with God. I've killed many men in my life, and I'll never say that I feel remorse for it. And I won't give Dr. Milan the satisfaction of hearing me pray for mercy. My last notes on this affair are that Dr. Milan himself is the heart of the events on board the ship. I was blind to it or refused to believe that he was capable of creating such devastation. I always thought the scientists liked control, but Milan breaks all the rules as far as science is concerned. The leaked information, the fungal growth, the missing scientist, I'm beginning to suspect that he even knew that DeSantos was actually selling intelligence and may have fed him the information to sell. To what end, I don't know. I suspect it was because DeSantos kept Bachman drugged to the eyeballs with whatever powerful stimulants he happened to have so Bachman could continue his work. You can hear the machines being turned on. I welcome my fate. At least I know that I did my job for Kane Corp. So this might be Lincoln right here. Very interesting. Okay. Okay, so we have 3 power cell housings, and we know where 2 are? No, we know where all 3 are. We just have to actually get the power cells out. Okay, so what do we have? We have twisted metal, we have a high temperature slug gun, we have bone melding glue.
I can't see.
Bone melding glue, sorry. I read that wrong. Surgical laser. We also have this.
I think that'll just break it.
Okay. So now we have full, like, walk of the area. Okay, so can we use the twisted metal on the... No, not on John. Last wall.
I think that'll just break it.
Okay. Alright. So, we need to figure out how to open the hatches. Let's look at the PDAs and terminals again, because sometimes we get hints from, like, stuff stuck to them. Oh, we didn't read this. Birth reports. Subject 82509 Lena. Subject's host Tara McCormick. First Lieutenant Marine Liaison. Subject observation. Rambunctious subject appears to have inherited her mother's powerful physical build and latent aggression. Lena has the markings of an excellent alpha female candidate. Move Lena to a group cell, and as isolation appears to promote irritability. Alright. Subject 82517 Daryl. Subject's host Willow Brody. Nurse medical deck. Quiet but intelligent. Attempted to pick the lock on his cell yesterday but failed to escape. Excellent puzzle solving skills. While not especially aggressive, has a strong build. A thinker clearly. Subject 82522 Frederick. Subject host Marie Maxwell. Non-crew member, caterer from Phobos. Subject shows little of his mother's solid frame, but is a superb hunter. Stalks and learns tactics by observing others. Appears to be developing a strong tactical mind. And finally, Subject 82599. Nay. Subject's host, Ellen Marichek. Space tourist. One to watch. Cunning, extraordinarily fast and dangerous. Appears to prefer isolation as attempted pairings result in fatalities. Takes an alpha role easily, dominates the other Novi. A definite candidate for Lana's mate. So this is a big reveal. That means Ellen, the main character's wife, was used to create one of the hybrids. Because we're John Marichek, and that's Ellen Marichek. So our wife was used to create one of these hybrids. So that is a big thing there. I saw a hand. Oh, the PDA, okay. Conjoined, fused at the spine.
This shit is straight out of the eugenics war. I taught this in my history class. All of this research will be lost. Does that mean that this was for nothing?
For nothing.
Okay, so we can't go any further this way. Can we go down this way? Okay, so let's save again. So, can we...
It doesn't work like that. I think that'll just break it.
Okay. So we have a twisted piece of metal and we don't know what it's for. We got it off of this robot. We also have the bone melding glue.
That's just crazy. Although...
I don't know. We haven't been able to figure out what these power pads are for.
Maybe? No.
So we have... Okay. Twisted metal, bone melding glue.
This isn't going to work.
Okay. I apologize for this room. It does have a high frequency sound. Maybe we can use the twisted metal on the mask?
No, that won't work.
Wait, we can use the glue on the power cell? Oh, to get a key, maybe? Power housing lock imprint.
No. Crazy.
Ah, and now we've created a key. Okay. Now I see. So now we can take the power supplies out of here because we need them for that table. Okay. Okay, so now we need to use that here. Which means that those pregnant women are probably going to die.
In power interruptions in areas adjacent to this node.
Okay. Let's save before we figure out what that means. Does that mean we can't get out? No? Okay. And this one, basically everything in this room will probably die if we remove the power cell. So... There it is. And now everything in this room dies. I can't do anything, by the way. It won't. If you don't see the mouse on the screen, it basically means I don't have any action.
Go to sleep. I beg you. Don't worry.
Alright. They are deceased. These should probably be dying too. Okay. Now we take the platform back up, and now we have... Is that the last use of the key? We still have it, we still have it. But, elevator platform. Save game. Alright. Go down this way. And now power cell 1, 2, and 3.
Thomas O'Neill Origin. Please report to the center.
Surgical laser. Eviscerated creature. Not sure why we did that.
No. Crazy.
Why did we... Ah. So that way we can destroy everything. Including the glass door. Wow. Well. The problem is we still have, like, we have a gun, but we don't have bullets. So if it's expecting us to have a bullet by here, we might not be able to get a good ending here, actually. Hopefully there's bullets or something.
Warning. The environmental control and life support system has been compromised. Please report to the visitor center for further instructions.
Yep. And the ship, of course, is breaking down and everything. Shattered glass. Because we destroyed the oxygen and everything.
Abnormal neural activity detected.
Mask zone. Dead hybrid in cage. Looking for something in here, I'm guessing. Oh. That was a nice jump scare.
Restaurants on levels 2 and 3 are now closed.
Okay. Oh, we can look in here. Yikes. Dead bodies. These creatures, frozen furious, gas crept insidiously through the vents, now lie still, twisted in agony. A mass of creatures, human and hybrid, huddled together in the final goodbyes. Some fought for a way out, others held each other near as the gas pooled. Massive human creature, okay. Scored with scratch gas pipe. Okay. Hi, Milan. I can't do anything. We're just on a journey right to hell.
Bullshit!
Listen, Milan.
Dr. Milan.
Let's discuss this rationally.
Enough! I'll see you soon, Miss Hensley. Give my regards to Olivia.
Mr. Maracek, you sneaky bastard. Not to worry, I can speed up this little family reunion.
What have you done with Rebecca?
She's right here. You took away my life's work, Mr. Maracek. Now let me return the favor. Cage 7 open.
He's gonna let one of his creatures
Enjoy
eat
the
her.
show.
Yep.
I'm off to deal with Judas.
Hans PDT. Cycling drain, DNA scanner. No. IV tubing. Let's save. Actually, save here. Or problem is our interactable is the glass, but I know as soon as we click that creature is going to eat the daughter, probably. Yep, there it is.
John, I understand you're emotional. Still get Ellen. We can save her.
Oh yeah, that's what the DNA thing's for. So if you weren't here for yesterday, basically what's happening is with the character right here is he was on a trip with his family. They got abducted to the ship, and all the science stuff is happening. But the reason why we needed to find the daughter is so that we could get the daughter's DNA to track where the wife is on the ship.
To put your daughter's DNA into the scanner.
I'm living in a nightmare. I can't do this. I just can't do this.
You don't have a choice. Milan is a monster. We need to find Ellen. You need to put Rebecca's blood into the scanner. Now!
DNA sequence complete.
Scanning. Can you get out of there?
There's a door right here.
Dispose of biological material for processing at recycling station 0314.
Oh, we're gonna get out to the recycling train.
Sleep now, my angel.
Whee!
John? Are you there?
Yes.
I found her. Your wife is in the military then. I'm on my way there.
Okay. Save again. Where'd John go? Okay. We've got dead body and hazmat suit. We'll be taking that hazmat suit, thanks. Or something else. Oh, glove. We'll take the glove. Alright, let's check this PDA. A little bit more reading. Oh. Here we go. Dwayne Jones, drainage technician. Log deleted or damaged. Abandonment. Nothing, no feeling like it. Betrayal. There's another one that cuts deep. To be betrayed and abandoned by your own family. What can I say? It's been 10 years since Maggie put my name into Progressive Assisted Selected Suicide Lottery for 10,000 cash from the government. No questions asked. They said it was a fantastic deal. All that cash and only a super slim chance that my name would be selected. The state wins in the long run with one less welfare case, and my family gets a cash bonus. Do I have a say in this? No. So April 15 rolls around, and bam, just my luck, my name is picked along with a few thousand other unlucky people. I did the only thing I could. The only thing I ever really done. I ran. I joined Kane Corporation headed as far away from my blood-sucking wife as possible. I've worked my way up the ranks here. Level 3 gets me limited seed access, which means I clean up some weird and disgusting stuff, but at least nobody talks to me or asks questions, so that suits me just fine. Who cares? At least I'm alive and kicking, master of my own destiny. Keeping that in mind, I've been stuck in this room for a few days now, with only the dead as company. Nobody is looking for me, and at least the bodies have stopped falling into the acid vats. That green goo is my way out to a better place. A sip of that, and I'll be assisting my own suicide. To anybody reading this, please pass this message on to my wife. Okay. Metal breathing. Okay, so we have a glove. I'm wondering if we can use the hazmat glove to pick up the acid, maybe? Okay. Remains in acid. How do we get up? Down. Okay. Pumping equipment. So we need to get up here. I'm not sure how we can. Oh, maybe we can put acid in the glove from here? So we can, like, stick it under without burning our hands? Well, that's not how that would work anyways, but it would splash.
Okay, an inventory ring. Start. No lights.
Keep your head down and stay away from the walls. And listen, you'll hear him before you see him.
Yes, okay. Okay.
Okay, so I guess we pick... Okay, let's use it on the middle one. The middle one's the only one that's not lit. So maybe that was our hint? Maybe that was our hint, is she said there's no lights on?
Too close. That was too goddamn close.
Calm yourself. Panic and you won't make it. Focus. Breathe.
Okay.
Shit, Tia. Come in.
I can hear you. I made it. I'm in a storage locker. I don't think they saw me. I'll contact you when I'm clear.
Our distribution. Corpse. Nuno Andrade, waiter.
Warning. Oxygen processor has experienced a critical failure. Report to the visitor center for immediate evacuation.
Prosthetic arm. And now we need to put that together. Prosthetic limb wrapped in rubber. Oh, to do the power distribution box, yeah. That makes sense.
I'm in the limb regeneration lab. There are arms, legs.
One step at a time. How close are you to Ellen?
She's in a storage bay. 2 floors up. I'm close.
Okay, how do we... Okay, let's save here. Morale officer, yep. Big lot that did him. Okay, I can't. Oh, the cogs. Is there something in the cogs? Or Fallen hybrid. Oh, thanks for that. Nice jump scare, though. Hybrid intestines.
That's just crazy. Although... no.
What do we need? What do we need hybrid intestines for? Cogs, maybe? Oh, to, like, grease up the cogs? Oh, or to get them stuck. Because they're strong, I guess. I don't know. Very strange. Very adventure game puzzle there. Okay. Refrigeration.
Almost at the hangar. John, I need to explain the situation.
Here we go.
Well, Sinsley. And it looks Looks like you brought a friend along.
Milan, Tia!
Aha. Okay. We got a power pad. Refrigerator. Corpse. And a PDA. Obviously, we want to look at the PDA. Jared Winslow. Never heard this name before. I try hard not to think any less of Scotty, but I swear the boy ain't got a caring bone in his body. Plus, I bet he don't know what any those big words he uses mean. He's always hinting that when we're back home, we can be partners in business. I got myself a job on a dang spaceship. Does he reckon I'd need any help getting a job? Back before Rapid Transport System was running through the Groom Lake, folks used to get around in these really slow transport pods. I found one tucked behind a pile of storage crates. I've been working on it for maybe a month now. I reckon I can get it working. Scotty played an April Fool's joke on me, dumped some water on me while I was working on the pod. I accidentally cut him real bad with a wrench. How sharp is your wrench? Anyways, I'm going to play a little joke on him and set his favorite book on fire, but not today, sometime when he won't expect it. Pod's coming along great. A couple more months, and maybe I can test it out. My kid brother, Judd, would be so proud. He used to help me work on cars all the time. One time, we was fixing the brakes on this old clunker when one of the jacks broke. I know he's in a better place now, but I still feel bad. I pray about it every day, and I know that God knows that I didn't mean to do it. I promised to him I'm trying not to be so angry anymore. All finished. Had to get some parts printed in the nanite machine, but I'm sure Stefan didn't mind much. Can't wait to try it out. Scotty says that the pod won't work and that I'll get in trouble for it. Who the hell does he think he is? I'm sure it would work. I ain't stupid. It's getting real hard to breathe and just pray about stuff. People like Scotty, God lets them live for some reason or the other. Wow. Albert noticed some strange mushroom stuff growing all over engineering today. Guess we're half to get to cleaning. Good news and bad news. We had to scrub like mama on laundry day, so the gunk is just about gone. Bad news is it's all over the dang place. Scotty has been really nice since I burned that book of his. Scotty's nicer every day. The Bible, he said he'd change if I was nice to him, and look what happened. A little bit of bread goes a long way in the house of God. This ain't good. The ship's on level 7 lockdown. Looks like we're gonna get real familiar with one another down here. Folks must have gotten mighty hungry. Screams are echoing everywhere. Scotty and me are gonna lock down engineering, shut down the baskets, and close the umbilical bridge. Keep them away from the twins. Interesting. It's Judd all over. I swear I didn't mean to. I couldn't get Scotty to shut it and stop making a ruckus. I just wanted him to shut up. I swear I didn't push too hard, but for God's sake, he was being so dang loud. It was getting to where the guy I can't take it no more. He thought he was better than me all along. Well, he's dead now. He's staring at me. Gotta tuck him away somewhere. I hear him. He's been laughing, crying, cracking jokes. He won't stop. I can't get him to stop. Folks say I can fix just about anything with a screwdriver. Already fixed Scotty, already fixed Judd. Who wants us to fix folks when they're broken? Can I fix me? Yikes. So that is what that corpse was. Okay, so let's go in the terminal. I'm guessing his friends are probably in refrigeration. Pod terminal, database incomplete. Reply, test message, attempting to fix pod terminal. I think I got it working. Sort, backspace don't work, can't do much but make entries. On, open, how do I get access to the other functions? Path, you ain't a radio, is invalid, or recipient is currently offline. Database incomplete. Update. Terminal now recognizes the pod. Pod door hydraulics can be accessed but not opened. Pod functional. Pod is ready to roll. Terminal works well enough but cannot erase test posts. Open the pod. Interesting. Okay. Ooh-wee. Janitor's office is the current location. We got disposal area and visitor center expansion. Go to the disposal area. Ugh. Now, can we go back to the expansion? We can, okay. So we got this area. Let's see what the expansion... Maybe it'll say that it's not available. No, we can go there. Okay. Weird. Okay, it doesn't look like there's much in here.
Heavy loader. Looks like he was sealed in during construction.
We can climb the scaffolding, it looks like. Okay. Let's go ahead and do a save here. And I need to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. And we are back. Continue. Okay, so we can climb the scaffolding here. And then we have the hive down there. Let's see what the scaffolding leads to.
Gotta find another way out.
Okay, so we can't climb the scaffolding. Loose panel. Retinal scanner? We need an eyeball? Plastic sheets. Okay. But we can go through the scaffolding if we find an eyeball. Okay. So, disposal area is probably where we're going to find an eyeball. Alright.
These creatures are following their base instincts. Breeding, eating.
Yes. What most creatures would do in this situation. Including humans. Burdened organic growth. Solidified mucus. Creeping phlegm. Soft organic. Let's look at this corpse. Nope, that corpse. Nope. Can we go this way at all? Is there another way out of here? Yes. Okay.
The tower. Maintenance and repair and solid waste disposal facility is overdue by 9,125 days.
Never seen anything as disgusting as this place.
Okay, there's a hybrid here, hybrid. Oh, there's a bunch of hybrids right here. There's an abstract form. It's a giant face. Sculpted lava mucus. The role is unknown. Okay, so we can't go that way. Plasma cutter? Loader distribution box. Okay, we took an item from it. Power cell plasma cutter.
Maybe if it... No, that won't work.
Okay. Oh, don't go that way. Okay, now we can go that way. Oh, the hybrids don't do anything. I would have swore that they would have attacked us. Okay. I'm guessing we have to use the plasma cutter on the growth. Maybe this corpse? Creeping phlegm.
I don't know what I was thinking there.
Solidified mucus.
I think that will just break it.
Soft organic. There's a corpse here. Structural engineer.
It doesn't work like that. I can't see it working like that.
Okay. Oh, maybe the plasma cutter can go through the the wall. Maybe I'm overcomplicating this. So I was like, okay, we need to do this to get an eyeball to. Maybe we could just cut through the scaffolding. Not sure what we need the power cell for, though.
This is the first boarding announcement for lifeboat 8 through 25. Any passengers with
No, okay. I wasn't losing my mind. Because, like, why would you have this loose panel here if,
Probably not a good idea.
Okay, so we need the loader to go through. Maybe we can cut into refrigeration? Because there is still the refrigerator near where we at the office, right? And he said he took care of them, the two people that he was working with. So I'm wondering if that's the case here, is that they're in refrigeration. It looks like there's a panel on the right-hand side over here. Yeah. See, we can stand here and then use the laser to cut that open. Frozen body, a PDA. Smash his head. Get an eyeball. Let's see what the PDA is. This should be the kid, right? Yeah, Scotty. Jared would make a useful business partner, but I can't suggest it without him erupting into fit of rage, beginning to rant that that ain't how it's done in my family. Does that man honestly expect to get anywhere without once taking help from those more intelligent than he is? The Grim Lake has been a pleasure to be aboard thus far. Much more Try that again. Much more entertaining than being on Earth. Even my family's private island isn't this entertaining. Granted, there isn't much left to do now that all the indigenous animals have been hunted and killed. Space, however, is infinite. I feel as though planning an April Fool's joke almost 2 weeks in advance is a little pathetic, especially when the plan consists of a single prank, pouring water on Jared. I poured water on him, just a little glass, and the consequence, the hulking dimwit chased me down the corridor with the wrench, slicing a reasonable portion of my forehead open. Okay, so if you hit him in the head, that makes sense. I thought he, like, cut him with it. I'm like, how do you cut somebody with a wrench? I'm now thoroughly convinced he is deranged and will be doing some investigation. After agreeing to transfer a sum of money, I convinced Dr. Graham to obtain Jared's medical records for me. Jared really is mentally ill. He suffers from outbursts of rage. According to one report, he murdered his brother by crushing him to death with a car. It goes on to note that Jared believes it to be the will of the Lord. Capitalized just like that. How in the hell did he manage to get a position in the most important area of the ship? I'll have to stay on his good side. I'm beginning to miss my father's mansion more each passing day. Having maids and chefs to cater me is how I was raised. To be responsible after cleaning up after myself and walking all the way to the mess hall for food remains a challenge. Sometimes I question my own sanity. I briefly criticized Jared's hobby of repairing that old transport pod, and the daggered stare he gave me in return. What did I think I could possibly accomplish by talking to him about it? Unbelievably, he burned my thesaurus. Jared marched towards me, ripped it from my hands, set it on fire, and then he screamed April Fools and sprinted away, waving the burning pages above his head. I can't begin to say how many times I've retyped my entries. They feel not as good. There's a better word, I swear it. I would kill to get my thesaurus back. Can anyone respect me if I don't sound smart? I give up. I ran into Dr. Graham today, and he remarked that I sounded less of a pretentious a-hole. Guess I should not talk like... I should just talk like an ordinary person from now on. Oh, hey, ordinary is a pretty big word. I think he spelled it wrong, right? Ordinary. Maybe. Maybe he didn't. My arms hurt. It was hard work to get all of that fungus out of the generators. We did it, though. Cleaning is not easy. I feel a sense of accomplishment. I guess Jared isn't all bad. He apologized to me today for losing his temper so often. And you know what? I apologize in return. I don't remember the last time I did that. Holy crap. It turns out the guy had a bunch of rations tucked away. He shared them with me, even though he's almost out. If I don't starve to death here, I may have to put him in charge of Tanaka Investments charity, which doesn't exist yet. Rations are here. We have just enough food in the freezer to last us. We're far less hungry. The guys manning the twins. We still don't know what that is. I'm guessing it's the, like, boosters or, like, the propulsion system. I have to say I'm impressed. Not sure how those guys have had those energy to keep us afloat with so little to eat. Those guys are titans. Now, remember that these new rations that came in were contaminated. So, and possibly contaminated on purpose. Or definitely contaminated on purpose. Engineering is now a total lockdown. We have to keep whatever those things are away from the generators. I don't think we'll ever see the light of day again. At least when I die, it'll be with the only real friend I ever had. And I think based on what we read before, the guy actually killed him, so... We should have got an eyeball, yes? Yes, okay. All right.
Lifeboat 8 through 25.
Okay. So now we need to use the eyeball on the loose panel.
To begin boarding at this time.
Okay, and we need 2 power cells. Oh no, okay, we just need the one. Well, that created a lot of noise. Groom Lake model. Information desk.
Launched in 2100, the tower was 6,106 feet long. This massive nuclear fusion powered ship was used extensively as a planetary mining platform. 15 years of atmospheric exposure resulted in a weakened hull and her decommissioning. Kane Mining Limited was founded in 2015. Henry Kane was appointed to exercise control over East Asian Pacific debt repayment through mining asset acquisition.
Why are you going all the way over there? Can you not? Okay. Trying to get to this information kiosk, but he's like running off the screen. Oh, he's got to run all the way around.
Henry Kane was born to an impoverished family in January the 26th, 2000. His mother Clara was a store clerk, and his father Edmund was a veterinarian.
Okay. Good for him, I guess. Alright, let's get this part of the model.
In 2116, Kane Corporation recruited a vessel from its mining fleet to be repurposed as a laboratory.
Which is what we're currently floating around on.
This poster depicts a 95-year-old Henry Kane in the prime of his life.
The prime of his life at 95?
Did you know? Kane Mining Limited was rebranded as Kane Corporation in June 2019.
No, I didn't. But thank you.
Welcome to the Groom Lake. The tower was rechristened the Groom Lake in 2120 when she left dry dock and began her journey towards the outer planets. Charles Clark Kane has proudly taken over the reins from his father and continues his family's legacy. In 2077, a mile below the surface, Camp 571 in Japan produced a treasure trove of medical research documentation.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. It says a mile below the surface? That might be important, because the second game takes place under the sea. So this might be in a reference to what might be in the second game.
Of a statue of remembrance that stands in Washington, D.C. The rapid advancement of medical research and its
Okay.
Did you know Henry Kane served in the military and was a decorated naval aviator?
No, I didn't. But he was smothered with a pillow.
Advancement of medical research and its auxiliary studies culminated in the perfection of genetic manipulation.
Ah, that's what they're calling it.
Media as a medical Cold War, the eugenics age far exceeded selective breeding. In 2049, a worldwide ban was placed on unapproved genetic modification. The world's most valuable company for over 6 decades.
Okay. Destroyed lifeboat, destroyed lifeboat. All the lifeboats are destroyed, so it doesn't look like we're getting... Doesn't look like we're gonna get out of here. But I don't know if that was ever really the point. Oh, no, there's a couple working lifeboats. No, light has ruptured fuel pipes. Oh, okay. Never mind. These didn't say damage. They just said lifeboats on them. Alright. Music's kicking up, which means we might be nearing our destination. Pipes, windows, airlock.
Without a family, man, alone in the world, trembles with the cold.
That's what the game started out with, and Milan also told us that.
roach, Mr. Marachek.
John, shoot him. Kill him now.
Let's say I don't have a gun, but I do have a laser.
So to speak. But you and Miss Hensley loaded the gun.
Don't try to worm your way out of this, you goddamn monster.
Monster? By whose standards do you call me a monster? The morals of men don't apply to gods.
We're standing on a power plate. I wonder what weapon we can use. Ah! Nice. I love how they're like, it's not gonna end that easy. Okay, so we have to figure out what we need to shoot first. Oh, maybe the glass underneath them, but that'll kill our friend.
Murderer! You really are a roach, Mr. Marachek.
John, shoot him. Kill him now.
I may have pulled the trigger, so to speak, but you and Miss Hensley loaded the gun.
Don't try to worm your way out of this, you goddamn monster.
Monster? By whose standards do you call me a monster? The morals of men don't apply to gods.
Okay, I cannot get to the thing to save. So, there's Taya's ship. There's Ellen. Whirling clouds. Machine parts. Okay, so we can't go for the machine parts. But we might be able to shoot them? And we can't save, so we have to listen to this little spiel every time we mess up.
Murderer! You really are a roach, Mr. Marachek.
Yeah, we can't skip this.
Shoot him. Kill him now.
Okay.
I may have pulled the trigger, so to speak, but you and Miss Hensley loaded the gun.
Don't try to worm your way out of this, you goddamn monster.
Monster? By whose standards do you call me a monster? The morals of men don't apply to gods.
Tia, grab hold of something! Fucking hell!
Quantum storage device damaged and door missing. Fracture of femur detected. Scapula damaged. Seek immediate medical attention.
Okay, so shoulder blade and leg are broken.
Ellen, did you... Have we got her?
I do. She's here.
I can't do anything, so.
It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over.
I'm sorry, it wasn't supposed to end like this. Waking you was a mistake, John. But I'm happy to have met you.
I don't understand. Tia, what do you mean? You woke me. Answer me!
We needed a way to transport the research off the Groom Lake. And your white bone marrow was a perfect storage device.
Yep.
Research? This is about fucking research?
Yes! It's about research. Worth billions, John. billions.
Technically, it'd be worth trillions, honestly.
So you caused all of this? You let those things loose?
No, I'm not that sloppy. The idiots we sent to get your wife's body turned off all the containment protocols. We lost Ellen in all the chaos. That pussy Yuri was on his way to you when Milan got involved.
On his way to get my DNA.
It was the only way to locate the data carrier in this shitfest. Old man Kane will be rolling in his grave when I sell his secrets.
You're just like Milan.
Is that what you think? John, do you love your wife? Well, I loved my husband, and Kane's security forces murdered him during a protest. Kane Corporation took everything from me, and now I will burn them to the ground.
You don't have to do this. You don't.
Two stasis pods, son. It was never gonna happen.
Yep.
Selenographic coordinates confirmed. Autopilot has been engaged.
Got 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
You never had any intention of helping me. You used me. You used my family.
It's not personal.
Not personal. You bitch.
Guilty.
I don't know what we do here. Like, it's obvious that we use the tag. Oh, Taya's ship. I see. Maybe? No? I can't go anywhere else. Can we save here? No, we still can't save.
Yeah.
Catch.
Fuck.
Boop. Doop, 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 doop. Technically, it would have shot him when he picked it up, but... It's a finale. Oh, now we can walk.
This vessel has been cleared for departure.
Stasis destroyed Stasis pod. Okay.
Destination changed.
I love you, Ellen.
Okay. Yeah, but say he's probably gonna send her home, or to wherever they were going. I would assume send her home. But maybe we play Ellen in the second game, or it's not even connected at all. But that is basically the end of the game. Only reason I know that is the achievement said complete stasis. So, and this ship is basically doomed. So between the hybrids and the plants and the oxygen and life support being shut off, like everything's going to die. It's basically going to float until it's out of power, and then it's just space garbage. Wait. She was dead, so he sent her corpse somewhere, I guess? I wonder where he sent her corpse. I guess maybe we'll find out in the next game. Or maybe not. Okay. Oh, I think I broke the credits. Hello, game? There we go. Okay. Yeah, so let's let the credits play, see if there's any after credit scene. Those weren't super long credits anyways. And then we'll talk a bit about the game. Talk a bit about the game. So, as I thought, we did get to complete this today. That's good. And there you go. That was Stasis. So, let's talk about it. All right. We didn't get all the achievements. There's a bunch of deaths we didn't get. So, I'm sure if I'm interested, maybe I'll go back and get all the extra achievements. But let's see. Did we get the secret achievement? Yes. Okay, so the complete stasis is the secret achievement. Did we miss anything? Yeah. Yeah, all we missed game-wise was a bunch of deaths. So, and most of them were going to be self-inflicted deaths with a caveat of 2. But anyways, let's talk about Stasis. Stasis is, from a story standpoint, a very straightforward kind of story, right? So the story is you wake up, you don't know what's going on, so you slowly figure out what's happening in the ship, and you find out what's happening with your family. That is kind of the story as it progresses for the main character. Now, of course, this game does what a lot of games do of this kind, maybe not adventure games, but other like exploration kind of things, where the world is told to you through notes. There is very little explanation from a character, except right there at the end with Taya, right? Everything else, how we found out. We still don't know what Project Kitchen Knife was, by the way. But that might have just been the fungus growth. That might have been like the sub-project or whatever. But anyways, maybe I just missed something. But we learned about the ship. We learned about the crew. We learned about what people were thinking while things were progressing the way they were. We learned about the different projects, the different people, the different areas of the ship. All of that we learned through notes. I know there is a few people that don't really like that kind of storytelling where everything's done kind of passively instead of actively told to you. You basically have to read it all yourself. But I will say, as this game does claim itself to be an adventure game, that is exactly what I was expecting from it. There's a lot of games, especially adventure games, that don't necessarily just tell the story to you. You have to figure it out as you progress. But with Stasis, from a story standpoint, I don't think it really did any big reveals. I think Stasis is more supposed to be an emotional journey, because the way that the notes and stuff are structured is you slowly see the degradation of people's like mental facilities and beliefs and all of that as things get worse on the ship. Also, it plays with the idea of like, how far are people willing to go, or what are they willing to do when things start to break down? So there's a lot of people that were like, oh, everything's great, and then things start hitting the fan, and then they're like, I think I'm gonna have to eat my neighbor, kind of thing. And it's very interesting that they were able to kind of capture that degradation of mentality and ethics and all of that stuff with people as they were, devolving essentially into the creatures that they were running from. The problem is this game made it very clear, at least to me, from the start, that there was probably not going to be a happy ending to this story, right? No one in this game really got to have a happy ending. Because as we saw at that cutscene there, Ellen's dead. Like, Ellen's been long dead. At least it looks like she is. She's at least been mummified in some way. So in theory, she's dead. We have to get stuck on the ship. You know, stuff like that. So no one really gets a happy ending. So this one is a very... What's the word for it? It's kind of a somber experience, right? A lot of other adventure games are much more feel-good or hyperactive or something like that. Like, if you think back to, like, Monkey Island with the comedy, or you think to like Grim Fandango also with the comedy but also a little morbid, you know, stuff like that, which at some point we will play Grim Fandango on the channel. I haven't just yet, but yeah, so story-wise, it was very good at quelling the expectations, at least again to me, that there was going to be like a satisfying woohoo, we did it moment. It was more like, can you survive? How long can you survive? Right. So it was very survival, and they talk about survival instincts and stuff in the game as well. Having 2 points of contact, I think, kind of tipped their hand with Taya, at least for me, a little early. I definitely felt like, because the way Milan addresses her and the way she talks about certain things, it makes it very obvious that she is also kind of in Milan's camp of the research is the most important. Now, Milan did it for the sake of wanting to play God, and Taya did it for the sake of revenge, right? But they both used it for their own goals. And that's the thing you notice a lot in the PDAs as well, is there's a lot of people being selfish. There's a lot of selfish people, especially as the ship starts to devolve. So it's interesting that, like, this ship had a bunch of different things going on, but they all devolved in the same survival instinct, no matter where people were on the ship. The hybrids thing was interesting. It's kind of a basic eugenics plot of trying to create the superhumans. If you don't know about eugenics, basically the simplified version of eugenics is trying to create a perfect being by altering genetics. That's kind of the simplified version. And usually the people trying to do that are not good people. You hear a lot about eugenics when people talk about the Nazis. So if you want to if you want to guess how good eugenics is, that should give you an indicator that it is not a good thing. So, but yeah, that's kind of what they went with this, is creating the perfect creatures, people, whatever. Milan did it for the sake of being God, which there's a lot of that actually happens in the medical industry, where there's a lot of doctors that become very dangerous because they feel like they get to play God. So they did touch on a lot of things that happen in human nature, whether it's something that's happening in 1990 or something that's happening in 2097 or whatever. People follow those same kind of patterns sometimes. So that's about it for the story. Overall, I think it told the story well, and it wasn't overwhelming. There were a lot of notes. I like that the notes were told from different perspectives, instead of it just being like, here's Milan's notes 1 through 170, right? It was like, no, this one's from this engineer or this janitor or this doctor or this nurse, or everybody had their own perspective on things, and you kind of had to piece it together yourself by hearing everyone's side of the story, while also learning their personal stories. I thought that was really well done. So mechanics, this is an adventure game. Through and through, it is an adventure game. It's get item, use item, either with another item or with an object, get new item, move on to new area kind of thing, right? That structure is how this game works. Now, I will say, when I first looked at this game, it didn't have, like, rave reviews. It had... Like, it's sitting at 79% positive. I think when I first looked at this game, it was about 74% positive. And I think the mechanics are probably why. Because if you've never played an old adventure game, adventure games tend to offer obtuse solutions to obtuse puzzles. So it's just like, I need to build an airplane, and I have a paper towel and a pencil, right? Well, if I combine them, it looks like an airplane, so it's going to fly like an airplane, right? Like, that's That's just how it works, right? That's kind of how adventure games are built. Now, I will say this game came out in 2015. At that time, there was a lot of other adventure games that had moved away from the obtuseness. But I think this game wanted to recreate that a bit. Which, again, if you're an old school adventure game player, you're probably used to it. If this is like your first kind of dive into adventure games, I could see this game being very frustrating. I'll be honest, we got stuck on literally the first puzzle of the game because I did not interact with one robot. Now, we haven't had to look anything up since then, but yeah, we did run into the thing at the very first puzzle, which of course started to lend itself well to telling me, oh, this is going to be an obtuse-based puzzle adventure game kind of thing, right? Sorry. But and once we had that idea that, okay, it's one of those, you need to try everything with everything, or combine this with that, and then combine this and that. Like, once you get in that mindset, it starts to kind of work itself a little bit better. Some of them are less obtuse than others. Like crowbar grappling hook makes sense on paper, but again, obtuse solution makes sense in adventure game sense. So I could definitely understand why people probably weren't very happy with this game. Because, again, those obtuse puzzles probably cause people to fall off. They're probably like, you know what? I'm done. I'm going to look up a walkthrough, or I'm going to just not play this anymore. It's just too obtuse. But that was basically the mechanics. There wasn't like any combat for real. Like, we weren't shooting anything. We weren't like dodging anything or being chased or any of that. We only had like one run sequence. Everything else was handled by itself. So mechanically, it's just an adventure game, right? That it's just an adventure game, mechanically speaking. Now, I will say, I do want to give props to the aesthetic is great. It definitely sells the idea of being on an abandoned ship. I think they nailed the aesthetic. Now, I will say, from a design standpoint, I would have really liked, you can see like right here, this behind me, and there's this light that shows the door, right? There's bright like lens flare there. I would have enjoyed if they had marked areas a little bit better. Because sometimes we didn't even see interactables, or we didn't even see something because it was too dark, or it was just in a weird corner, or something like that. So making it a little bit more legible from a game design standpoint, I think would have gone a long way to help us not get stuck as often, or maybe even other people not get stuck as often. But I definitely think that could have been improved, just the legibility of where you can go and what you can interact with. Now, thankfully, a lot of the like PDAs and stuff had a big light on them, so it was like, yeah, this is the thing. And I feel like near the end of the game, they started using that more and more, but I definitely felt at the start of the game, even up to the halfway point, I would say that it was a little bit hard to find out what was actually interactable and what wasn't. Now, of course, you had the changing the icon and stuff. But again, aesthetically, I think it nailed what it was going for. I think the artists did a very good job of making this feel like an abandoned ship, but also weirdly organic as the game went on, which was kind of the point. Because the aesthetic kind of matched the change in how we were seeing the story. So it went from being, where is everybody? What's attacking people? To, this is the life forms that are being created by the decisions and mistakes of the crew, right? So I think that was really well done. So let's look at the price real quick. This game at full price is $8. So I would say we put about 8.5 hours, according to Steam, into this. I would say at that price, and given what we played through, I think I would definitely recommend it at that price. However, you might want to look for a sale. I'm sure this game goes on sale quite a bit because it's a much older game, again, 2015. But yeah, I think I recommend it. Now, again, all my recommends come with caveats. I will say this one touches a lot of triggering subjects. Like, it is a horror game. Horror games usually dip into those kinds of things. but this thing says some stuff outright. And this game could probably, especially near the end when you start talking to like the real like sociopaths and murderers and stuff like that, this could get probably pretty triggering near the end for some people. So I will say, like, I do recommend it with the caveat of, again, know what you're getting into. This game comes with a lot of trigger warnings, although I do need to check the store page and see if those warnings are there. Some people don't put them in there. And I really do think that if you're going to... Oh, the music was composed by somebody that did Fallout. That's kind of cool. And anyways, okay, this was Kickstarter, so I'm guessing all those people are there. I'm not seeing anywhere where there's any sort of content warning. I would definitely have to put a content warning on this, because there are a lot of things, again, that are said outright that would be very triggering for someone. So that is my caveat. I do recommend this game with the caveat of there are some very triggering things in this game, and you need to be prepared for that. So overall, good time. I'm very excited to see what happens with Stasis Bone Totem. I believe that game actually came out this year. Yeah, that game came out this year. So Bone Totem is going to be very interesting. I think we're going to get like a team. There might even be some combat. There's more like in-detailed puzzles. Like it's definitely one of those that I think the second game is going to be much more involved, but it might also be cleaner, like, as an experience overall. Now, it does only say the depictions of blood are the only mature content description. I'm gonna probably guess that is unfortunately not going to be the case as the only triggering thing in the game. So I will say, if the developers ever see this review or this video, please, developers, please put content warnings on your Steam page. Because even though I personally was able to handle what was being said and talked about, I know there are people that are going to read some of those PDAs and be like, nope, I'm done. Nope, can't do it. Because some of that stuff is can affect people, right? So please, if you're a developer or you're the developer of Stasis and stuff, update your Steam page for Stasis. And if Bone Totem has this kind of stuff too, please update to have those mentions as well, because again, these are very triggering topics, and I know people are like, oh, people will get over it. They shouldn't have to, right? They should be forewarned that this part of the experience exists, because going in blind is very harmful to people's mental health. So I will always be an advocate for content warnings when it comes to that stuff, and the fact that this doesn't have any content warnings, Stasis doesn't have any content warnings, is a little troublesome. But other than that, again, I recommend the game with the caveat of be prepared for those things to happen and occur. And yeah, I think that's about it.